Yo, Darkside, we just got raided, son. You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
Psychedelic_eyes raided my stream with 4 viewers.
All right. What up, y'all? Mic check, cam check. I think we're mostly looking good here. Get my chat up real quick. Oof, wrong screen. There we go. It's like a delay. What's going on? Appreciate the rating. I swear, I knew I heard something. I was like, wait a minute, that's not the regular playlist music. That sounds a little bit different there. Dartless, what's going on? Cherry Oaken, what's up? Appreciate the follow. With that being said, I did went on ahead and I cranked out the Heartseeker video for you all, so that is already up on YouTube if you have not already seen. Pretty impressed with the final results on Heartseeker in general. So we're going to continue to use Heartseeker to continue to farm for other builds that we're going to play. I don't know. I guess what's next would be Barrage. And that should be relatively easy because Barrage and Heartseeker share practically the exact same Paragon and almost all the same gears. So, with the exception of the wind force instead of a regular legendary bow. So, maybe a change of glove, we'll see. But yeah, it's practically almost all the same gear-ish. So we'll see how that performs. And then I think I will go to rapid fire after that. I feel like we're all kind of sleeping on rapid fire for a bit, but like all of our rapid fire representatives right now aren't really playing the game anymore, at least not like that. The guys who used to push rapid fire all the time, like Crafty and some of the other guys, just don't do that anymore. They kind of just burnt themselves out of pushing, which happens. Like I knew there was gonna be a day when that happens. It just kind of is what it is. So, partially the reason why I don't do the whole pushing thing too. So, is there no crossbow D8 D4? There are crossbows in D4, but there's no demon hunter. It's we have the rogue, which is kind of like a hybrid class that does bow and daggers and stuff. So, I don't typically like the design of the rogue class, to be honest with you. The whole hybrid thing doesn't really work. It was kind of cool, I guess, concept-wise, but it just doesn't work in practice. So, I don't know. I can ask you a last question to the random variable build you published. Yeah, what's up? What's up, sir? Gotta work that. Gotta. Mr. Master Worker, what's going on? Di, besides drumsticks, do you have any pets? You trying to say? These are my drum set sticks, but the handle's grain, so it's kind of chroma keyed out. So yeah. Jam. Anyways, but no, I don't have any pets. No pets. I used to have pets growing up. I kind of miss it because I love dogs. Dogs are awesome. And no offense to human beings like myself, but I think dogs are more awesome than humans. Cats, on the other hand, no comment. That it takes a lot of dedication to be a musician, but just curious if you had any fur babies or fish or anything. Nah. I guess my schedule is so inconsistent per se. Like I never have like a kind of a standard day, if that makes sense. Like where like I know what's gonna I know what going to happen, or you know, everything's kind of organized. Like I never have like, I don't have like a standard day. So if I was to get a pet, like I would want a puppy, right? So, and the puppy just requires way more attention than I am able to give it. So that's just the unfortunate part. I'll put it this way: is either I get a puppy or I content create. Both can't be true at the same time. I'll put it that way. What kind of puppy? I'm really not like, I don't really know if I have a preference, to be honest. When I grew up, I had 2 labs. I had a full bred lab, and then I had like a, what you would call a mutt, but she was a rescue from like the shelter. I think it was like a lab mixed with pit, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, the black lab missing very much. Yeah, it sucks that you know, dogs don't live longer. Like, I don't know. I feel like, you know, man's best friend, you know, should have a longer lifespan. But hey, I don't make the rules.
How shall I guide my hammer?
Another English term, but you roll damage to distance in your gear. I know it scales with the amulet. It's not the amulet. I think people misunderstand that. Okay, what it scales with, which I did talk about it in the video, is the passive. So, well, I guess I don't have the thing right now. I have to show you. All right, so let's take a look at it. It's not the amulet. With the damage to distance on the amulet is a separate multiplier from this multiplier. You see this thing where it says distant damage bonus once I hit rank 5? So whatever distant damage you have on your gear, 80% of it is put into Rain of Arrows as a multiplier, as a separate multiplier. That's the thing. So it has nothing to do with the amulet. It has everything to do with this. So the more distant damage you get in your gear, it gets it gets added basically as a separate multiplier that is separate from the Word of Hakan distant damage multiplier. So it's a multiplier on top of a multiplier, which makes it better than having just crit damage. You can roll crit damage if you want to, but you have so much crit damage already as a multiplier in a sense that the distant damage kind of makes more sense. It actually comes out winning at the end of the day, like slightly. With that being said, let's remove this. Did you have energy resource issues with Rain of Arrows build? At the start, yeah. But I don't know if you've looked at the Maxroll guide. I have a whole section in the FAQ for troubleshooting your energy. So like, if you haven't already, I would do that. Look at the Rain of Arrows Maxroll guide. And scroll down to the facts section. And because I mean, a lot of people are you know, will say that, but a lot of times what ends up happening is that people will look at a build, and like, I know there's a lot of information to process all at one time, but what ends up happening is that people tend to skim over stuff, and so they start to put things together and like don't look at the little details. Like innervation on the rings are very important for energy, stuff like that. Or maybe like some points missing into a certain passive because someone is like, oh, that passive doesn't seem like it makes sense. I'm not going to take that. So I'm just not, you know, and then they come back and it's like, help, I don't have any, I have no energy. So it's like, so like, that's generally what ends up happening. Or they'll have really low cooldown on the ultimate. Right? and therefore they have to cast more Heartseekers than they should, and therefore you also run out of energy that way. But all that's explained in the FAQ. Ezart, what's going on? How am I doing? I'm doing all right. Doing all right. I am tired. I've done 2 videos in the past 3 days, and usually I have to do that in between the streams, in between work. And I've gotten very little sleep since then. But I'm aware that this is basically how life is towards the beginning of the each season. So, you know, we grind. Get one that can be a guard dog one day. I mean, I don't really have a reason for that. My neighborhood is pretty safe. Like, really safe. Really safe. There's nothing really for the dog to guard. Honestly. I mean, a guard dog would be bored. Over here. I mean, the most it's gonna do is just bark at other dogs who are probably kind of bored. So I don't know. Agree, unless you find that one human you can just chill with in silence. They're golden. I can say that because I mean, obviously, like dogs are 100% honest. Basically, like they don't really know how to like lie or deceive you. Like they'll sit there and like, you know, they'll try to get what, you know, what they want or whatever in a sense, but like they won't lie about it. So like if they went into the cookie jar knowing that they aren't supposed to go into the cookie jar, they get caught, they don't make any excuses. They just basically, you know, lower their head and, you know, and whatnot. Like, yeah, I know what I did. I'm sorry. That's probably like the worst that happens, right? Outside of that, I mean, you know, a bored guard dog is probably a good thing. I gotta finish this seasonal journey thing. I kind of want my pet. I'm not kind of like. I had 3,200 crit damage now. Not fully finished with the build, but my tick attack scales up to 10k now. At +7 on my on the helm. Got pretty lucky. I got +6 on my helm, which not quite there yet for mine. But yeah, this damage mathematically comes out to be slightly, like a little bit better than crit damage. It's not like it's like a huge difference between the two because of trick attacks, right? Which makes sense, right? But you do end up with so much crit damage, and you can also roll crit damage on gear as well. So it's like you're getting both. So multiplier on a multiplier. Like with distant damage, I have about what, almost 1200% multiplier with distant damage on for Rain of Arrows, which is also quite a lot. Wi-Fi or Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi or Wi-Fi? How do I say it? What up, sir? Help? Nah, I'm not helping you. Wi-Fi? Nice, okay. I can't click on that. Okay, that's good way to say. The pit tier on this build as of now. You mean like the highest pit tier? I feel like you asked this question before with Rain of Arrows, right? And what was my answer then? Turn in whispers. Oh yeah, I'm like literally not paying attention. Sorry, guard person. I got things to do. Am I full? Yeah, I kind of am. I should probably put some stuff in the stash. Or get rid of some elixirs that I don't want. Ow. Yeah, I'm just full. I'll drop it off later. But yeah, Anthony Moore. Yeah. So especially this early in the season, and in general, usually I'm not one. I'm not gonna push it. I find that activity very boring and exhausting for no reward. So now if you want to know how fast I'm doing speeds or whatever, that's T95. So put 95 speeds is where I'm at with this build. But in terms of pushing is concerned, yeah, I'm not going to do that. There is much better uses of my time. Like, you know, farming for new builds and new videos for you guys to enjoy. Way more useful. That's gonna be my answer for every build that you see me play. It's gonna be like that answer. With Rain of Rails, I was speed farming 110s. With Heartseeker, I'm speed farming 95s. And then we'll kind of see what goes next. 130 as of now. Oh no, I've seen that. I know. Matthias the gamer, good friend of mine. I don't think he's gonna like really like, you know, continue to push like that. He just likes to get a good clear early and then kind of leave it alone, which I don't blame him. You know, pushing his cancer. Yeah, but I'm having a lot of fun with this though. Speaking of which, I probably should do a speed farm variant of this, like a open world speed farm variant of this, rather than the pit speed farm, because it's kind of different. Did you get edited out? No, what's up? You was a doing local? Wait, what happened? No, like for real, what happened? Like a flicker step build? No. I don't like the Barrage try hard to keep track of, so I'm not sure you'll push more. Yeah. Yeah, I just like, I mean, there are other ones too, but I mean, if you do, my fear is this. I really fear that like anyone who's like going to like seriously push Rain of Rose are going to be like using macros because of the convoluted rotation. And that's going to like, you know, already like Not saying that people aren't using macros for other builds, but definitely for rented rails, I see a higher macro usage. So not only on top of the RMT gear, you know, that you're gonna see people have, you also got to deal with people who have scripts who you know, to be able to make sure that the orders are perfect or whatever. And like, that's like another reason why I'm just kind of like, yeah, nah, at the end of the day. Let's switch out something real quick. Let's have a little bit more fun in T4. Let's throw this back on. We'll have to take out the Dark Shroud here. Go with Shadow and View. I don't know if I'll like save this as like a variant though, just because I don't feel like switching out all the time. Oh, am I full again? Yes, so. When you were in Sierra, oh yeah, oh that was you. Oh no, you didn't get. So I didn't like leave that whole conversation in there, but like if you had like you were actually still like, you know, circling my character in the video, so like the conversation didn't make it in because my body is behind the chat or whatever, so like, you know, the whole like I'll carry you dioxide is there, it's just behind the chat. So that part didn't get edited out, no, but technically speaking, you did make the video. And you were circling my character. All right. Clover, what's going on? That would trivialize it and make it not as much fun for you. Well, yeah, I get it. I'm just saying, like, that's just kind of what it is. What's an easy to play for build for Rudder isn't dancing nice? This right here, close quarters combat Heartseeker, ton of fun. And you can speed farm real quick. No snapshotting necessary. No complicated rotations. And your zoom. How do I attack and do this micro walk? So for this build, I do something because I'm playing up close. There's no reason to do like the, you know, original stutter step method, I guess. So all I do, honestly, is I remap what left click was right here for basic attack or whatever to shift. So shift is that button, and then I remap my left click to force move. So all I do is hold down shift and left click and I get to move like this wherever my mouse goes. And that's it. Makes it super easy to kind of stay close range and dance around the enemies. Now there are other ways you can do it too. I'm not saying that this is the only way to do it, but I find this way to be very simple. Can you do tormented bosses with it too? Yeah. If you haven't seen the video guide yet, you saw me like you'll see me take care of Durio in like 2 seconds. Was that failed, PK? Appreciate the sub. How high a hit can this do? I'm actually not sure. I'm not the one that likes to push. I kind of feel like I get this speech all the time, but I find pushing like rather unrewarding and boring. And the journey sucks. All the fishing sucks. Finding the right boss sucks. So I generally don't, but if I had to take a gander, because the build's actually a really good single target, so which is kind of what you want for pushing. You're looking at somewhere in the 120s, probably lower 120s ish. But it's, you know, its pros are basically the speed farming. It's kind of like if you wanted, let's say you were playing Dance of Knives. And I'm not throwing shit at Dance of Knives at all by any means, but you know, Dance of Knives kind of is what it is. Let's say you wanted like a speed build, but you didn't want to play Dance of Knives, right? Like, but you also wanted something that was a little stronger in pit. Then like this would be like that, you know, satisfying kind of sort of thing. Like maybe you didn't want to snapshot, but you also want to level your glyphs pretty easily, right? Like Heartseeker would be that middle ground for you. Like it's not Rain of Arrows or Dance or Death Trap by any means, right? But you know. You're up in the comments and saw it seems to do around 130. Nah, I didn't. Nah, that I did not say. I don't know where that came from, but I did not say that. My guess is like lower 120s, and that's like with. This is assuming like Chinese gear. You know, bought gear basically. Real money gear. That's with anything that pushes. Sorry, this is Ash Reddit Bull. What's the concept behind no Dark Shroud? I'm only doing it because because I'm doing T4 right now. So I'd rather have Dash instead of Dark Shroud. That's all. Now, if I'm speed farming pits, then I definitely will put Dark Shroud back on. But right now, since T4 doesn't really hurt at all, like, you know, I have my berry up all the time. I don't really have to have Dark Shroud up here. But it's a preference. It's not something you have to do or whatever, or you should do. I just feel comfortable playing without it in T4. I'll probably add a speed farm variant that looks just like this. for fun. All the whispers are gone. I guess I'll just go to a different area, I guess. Or actually, what is left? What is this thing? Oh, Lost Whispers, which I don't know if it's gonna be around. What's the best way to farm gem fragments? Literally anywhere elites drop. So like elites basically drop gem fragments. So wherever you can find the most elites at, which is, I mean, pretty much anywhere, honestly. I mean, you can just do Wish Tide and you'll get gem fragments. You also get them from the Whisper caches too as well. So honestly, just doing Wish Tide is probably your best bet. You can get them from in front of Horse too as well with the materials chests. That's the thing. And you also get them like in between the waves too as well. They also, you know, drop some as well. So I think, I mean, honestly, it's just playing. This your favorite speed farm road build for season 7 so far? Yeah. I like raining rails, don't get me wrong, but for like T4 content, man, like it can be, I mean, I'll put it this way, the speed farm variant of raining rails is quite good, and I would do that for, like, let's say, you know, if I want to go like a higher pit, right, higher speed pit. But for like stuff like this, like no contest. Like this is hands down my favorite. How much SP for Heartseeker build? I'm not sure if I understood the question. Like how fast is it? Like, and if so, for what content? Let's go to a different Wish Tide part. Actually, let's change it up. Let's do some rehos. What build is this, Heartseeker? Having a heck of a time finding Igni Rune, it's rare. Literally is rare. I mean, it's just doing a bunch of bosses and hoping it drops. Like, that's it. Like, good luck. No offense, but it's a really rare rune. Oh, for some breakpoint, basically you want the 11 frame breakpoint. If you check out my Heartseeker guide on Maxroll, I detail how much attack speed you need in each category. I think it's like 86.7 in the first category. No, 100 in the first category. I think 86.7 in the second category, second cap. I think, if I'm not mistaken. I'm using crossbow, so my attack, my breakpoints are going to naturally be a little bit different. But that's because I don't have a good bow, and I kind of like the whole pew pew sound of the crossbow. His attack speed for Heartseeker is as high as you can possibly get, pretty much. Any chance you try different builds in the future? Well, yeah. I mean, I literally went from Rain of Arrows to Heartseeker, right? So, but it just takes time to farm for different builds. So every stream, I don't know if you read my stream title, but like every stream, like basically I'm farming for a new build as I make a new build. So far, I did a video guide on Rain of Arrows. I did a video guide on Heartseeker. So next is Barrage. Because Barrage is kind of easy to gear for out of Heartseeker. We'll see how I feel about that. Then Rapid Fire and Pin Shot are coming. So, But it just takes a lot of time to farm for these things, and get it to feel good, right? So. Oh damn! I think you're talking about Renoverse. Oh, that's like I watched my call it, dude. I hear you. Been converting runes, bossing, had literally 0 luck. Yeah, that thing is ultra rare. I think I found one, but I guarantee you I found it because I wasn't looking for it. You know how the game works, right? Like when you're actively looking for something, the game would do everything in its power to make sure you don't get it. So. I think that's pretty much what happened because I wasn't looking for it. Is why I have one. But if I was looking for it, I wouldn't have it. You were right about the fear aspect, but I switched around my aspects. Level around 7 now doing 90s in just 2 minutes. I'm in about 3.5 minutes. What you said you were playing Flurry, right? But yeah, I wasn't trying to be a jerk or anything. It's just I like personally, I honestly just don't like that aspect. It just causes so much inconsistency because you never know when you know what stack you're gonna be at. Right? And certain parts and intervals or whatever. So like I don't know. I feel like it's kind of necessary on like Rain of Arrows build in a sense. I might think about changing that around at some point. I don't know. I gotta like do some more math on it, but yeah, I just don't like that aspect. Personally, I just don't like it. Let's see, let's do another rear hold. Let's go clone Flurry. Okay. You know, I probably, you know, the funny part is I probably could segue into Flurry outside, like out of this. I could segue into Flurry. I can segue into Twisting Blades. Like literally, I can almost use this almost identical setup for any of those builds. Except obviously just change the sword and two-hand weapon, but mostly I can almost segue into any of those because I can just reuse basically close quarters combat and the board for that and all that stuff. So why do you lose so much energy after using Heartseeker even with innovations? Well, you're still going to lose energy. Innovation doesn't make you lose less energy. Innovation makes you get the energy back when you hit something. So as long as you hit something, you'll get the energy back. That's the point of innovation. So if you're firing at nothing, then you're not getting any energy back. Won't lie, every season the hardest thing for you is the amulet. I was in the clear with Rain Rails, but then you drop Heartseeker on the heads, and now I'm back in the amulet race. Yeah, that's what makes Rain Rails very easy to build. I'm gonna say, well, it's not easy to build per se, but in terms of like, I'll put it this way: you're not chasing the amulet late game, so you're chasing like a better Sky Hunter or something or whatever for Rain Rails. This is kind of like what you're trying to do. Which is quite a bit easier than chasing a legendary amulet, right? Way easier. Plus marksman skill from grass. Shadow grass does not seem to increase the number of skill tree for you. It does. It just doesn't work in town. You have to leave town for you to see it. it's silly that it works that way, but it does increase. Like for instance, I'm in a dungeon right now. I will show you. See my Heartseeker, 21 ranks. I remove it, and it's at 13 ranks because I am not in town. Draw whispers. I used TB before Flurry, but it's definitely worse. You like Flurry better? I do too, by the way. Just gonna put that out there, but yeah. Makes sense. Appreciate the follow. Any plans to do shout up at all? Not really, no. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I don't dislike it, but I'm like, oh, he actually lived through the first initial shots. Okay. No, I'm curious about this amulet. It's like a 2GA amulet. Where is this one? Oh, wait. What was the two? Oh, was that? Oh, God. Really? Really? Oof. So bad. Why? Why the gang gotta do me like that, man? Why the gang gotta do me like that? I found a single good 2G amulet this season. I'm lucky that this amulet is actually like decent. I'll be able to spam it, the Heartseeker. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, as long as you hit something. Uh-oh. The game decided to not want to load. Finally, 37k LBD for a triple crit on distance. The blast screen launcher got, yeah. Way more. One power TB is ramping up the damage because every time it's at its peak, you have to use a cooldown, and that just resets it. Oh yeah, that is right. That's true. I would assume like single target would be pretty beast though. What's the best rogue build you tried so far? I mean, Random Rose is the strongest rogue build. I guess best would be I guess whatever your criteria best is best what does the most damage, is best, you know, what feels the greatest to play, is best the fastest, you know, like those kind of things. So, but if you're just looking at what does the absolute most damage on Rogue, then nothing tops Rain of Arrows. But it is a pretty difficult build to play, and it's got some it's just quite, you know, clunky, mostly, unless you play the speed farm variant. The speed farm variant with Crown of Lucian actually feels really good to play, but you obviously don't want to push with that. I haven't seen anyone tip the rapid fire. I will. I plan on playing rapid fire. I think it's really being, I think it's like a sleeper setup for sure. Because I mean, rapid fire has always been good, and it didn't get nerfed. So, but the people who play rapid fire generally, like the people who normally play rapid fire, like the people who push, don't really play much anymore. They're kind of burnt out of pushing. Oh, whoops! I didn't even know someone was there. What a jerk. Okay, so he must have killed the boss already, so there's no point in going there. Let's go to rehold. But yeah, I'm gonna do Barrage next, but I don't want to do Victimize because Victimize is kind of awful this season, so I'm gonna do Close Quarters Combat Barrage, see how I feel about it. And then from there, I'm gonna have to farm the gear and stuff for, well, I actually got most of the gear for Rapid Fire. It's just a matter of farming materials and rot to change out the gems and stuff. So I gotta really like buckle down and farm. I spend a lot of time testing and stuff rather than farming, which is why I haven't finished my seasonal journey. Your exploding arrows make the AoE feel a lot better on rapid fire. Now when you say exploding arrows, what do you mean? You mean like the Scoundrel's Kiss? The little like the AoE from Scoundrel's Kiss? Is Rain of Arrows viable for T4 farm, bosses, Helltide, etc.? As long as you go with the speed farming setup, yes. The speed farming setup with Crown on Lucian is definitely great for speed farming. The outdoor. Yeah, so Scoundrel's Kiss rapid fire feels mostly good, and my assumption is with the clone, it should feel even better. I haven't played it yet, but when I do, I don't, you know, I see it being fine, like being good. But like I said, no one's really tried with it or bothered with it, so we'll see. This week though, I'll have a rapid fire built. It may not be, definitely won't be by today, but maybe by Thursday. I'll have enough like mats to do it. Also need another amulet too. I need an amulet with not a GG amulet, but just an amulet with like Frigid Finesse and % Dex, I guess. Doesn't even have to be like ancestral. I just need the stats. At least 2 out of 3 non-ancestral. The clunky comment was directed at TB or Rain of Arrows. Like I said, the one I have on on Maxroll is probably as the least amount of clunk as I possibly could make it, while making sure that you have consistent damage on your Rain of Arrows. which is why my setup is probably different than like a lot of others that might have like made guys too as well. I have an ultra tryhard, which is similar to what a lot of the other guys have done. So I have my own ultra tryhard version, but like in terms of like a main version, I didn't think that made sense for a guide, because it just becomes super clunky if you do it that way. So I was thinking about you guys and not necessarily, you know, how many buttons you need to push for, you know, to, you know, deal damage with random arrows. Appreciate the follow. No, Flurry was better at single target at the same time. Really? Wow. Okay. I guess rip Twisting Blades then until they fix the poison interaction with clone. That sounds awful. The one thing it's supposed to be better at doing, it ain't better at doing. Death Trap build is pretty good. Yeah, I know. I've been watching and chatting with Woody, DZ, and Mippy. I would consider it Rogue's second strongest build. I actually think that Rapid Fire might have something to say about that, but I can't say anything until I actually play it. So I don't know. Like, I think Rapid Fire might be in that league with Death Trap. But it has to be proven. So we'll see when I build Rapid Fire. See how it goes. Was that a YouTube comment? Yeah, it was. Yeah. Barnea, what's going on? Whenever Di's talking to his imaginary friend, is YouTube. I will say that my for the Heartseeker video guy, I think that's probably like one of the cooler thumbnails I've made in a while. I was trying to get something like, you know, something simple to put up, because I didn't want to spend too much time on a thumbnail. And then part of me was like, what if I clone the image? Like, what if I just duplicate the image and then, like, you know, flip it so it looks like you have two rogues, right? One on each side, because, you know, clone, right? I was like, yo, that looks cool. It won't get as much attention though, because it's not, you know, Heartseeker's not meta, so. But that's how it is for any build. Double GA boots. I think it's time to let's reset Masterwork back 4 ranks, hopefully for season 8. There's been some talks about it. Or something like that. I do think that, like, I'm gonna put it this way, and it's not just the masterworking part of it, right? But we often talk about not having longevity in this game, right? Or a reason to, you know, do said thing. So, so when I see like people, you know, saying the altars are too rare, or the gem fragments are too rare, or it takes too long to get, you know, occult gems, it's like, we don't really have anything in this game to really farm or shoot for a long term. So, you know, because everything else is pretty easy to get. So when we start saying overall, just kind of saying, you know, oh, this is a, you know, this takes a while. It's like, I personally find it kind of okay, because it's like, well, now I have something to do. You know, we complain that we have nothing to do in D4, and then we complain that when we do have something to do, because it takes a while, right? Natural. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad or good. I'm just saying, like, you know, I think masterworking is one of those things where it can be frustrating. Don't get me wrong, the RNG of it, but it is part of the journey. You're basically trying to play the lottery, and every action RPG has some sort of system that makes you, you know, play the lottery in that sense. So I'm not saying I'm not for a better system by any means. I think they can improve on it, but I don't necessarily want it to be easier, because I don't want to sit there and be like walking around with triple masterwork gear in 2 days. Like, then at that point, then kind of what's the point? And then I'm back to complaining, oh, I have nothing to do. So like, you see what I'm saying? Like, there's got to be like, you know, I'm not saying that Blizzard is doing the best job of like keeping our interest long term, but you know, we don't want to make it, you know, unnecessarily harder for them too. It's like, oh, well, here's a long term thing. Oh, well, I don't like that. Well, here's another long term thing. Oh, I don't like that either. And it's like, well, let me give something to farm for them. Yeah, but it's taking me 3 days to get it. Well, that's okay. But yeah, masterworking could be a bit better of a state. But I think if they're, this way, I think if they're gonna let us roll back to 4 ranks and 4 ranks only, I think it should cost a lot more. I don't think it should be as. I think it should cost more, because there should be an element where you have to take the time to get triple masterwork. Maybe not necessarily the frustration of rolling triple masterwork, but at least trying to farm the mats to do it. You were gay for the system before or longer? Do you really think so? Like, if you get all your triple, if you get all your triple masterworks, then you're not engaging with the system anymore. Then you're actually done with the system faster. You wouldn't engage in it at all. You can't engage in something you don't use anymore. You see what I'm saying? So like, that's why I say like there has to be like a middle ground. Know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, I do agree. Like, yeah, I don't mind resetting, like resetting back to 4 ranks, but I do think it should cost more. So therefore you have to, so therefore you're not gambling as much, but you still have to play to get the match to do it. That would be like my compromise in my opinion. I don't get what your message right now. Yeah, but that is like, you know, that at this point it's just by choice, not because you don't have anything else to do, but it's just by choice because you're you know, out of fear. So it's kind of like a personal, I don't, you know, want to, not because there's nothing to do per se. But I get it. I do get it. Oftentimes, like right now, like this, I don't want to remaster work this because I just don't want to waste a mask to do so to try to get what I want. So I get that feeling right now, right? Which is why I'm waiting for more mats. So I get it on both sides. I just don't want to make it easier to get my gear per se, like to get like perfected gear per se. But I do want more control over my progression of the gear, and I do feel like the current masterworking system could take a, you know, another pass to make, you know, less gambling but more playing, if that makes sense. Tackle poisoning with TB does work. They fixed the bug, by the way. When did they fix it? Any future plans for the season? Like my future plans or like the dev's future plans? Like, I'm gonna be like straight up and honest with y'all. Like my plans are more like, I'm probably gonna cut back on the amount of hours I play going forward. Like once I get all like, I kind of make all the builds I want to make. And, well, do the videos on the builds I want to make, right? Then I'll kind of scale back my playing time quite a bit. Like I'll probably stream for like 4.5 hours, maybe 5 hours max a night, and don't play at all during the day for myself, so I don't burn myself out of the season, kind of thing. And then honestly, I'm just kind of waiting for Monster Hunter Wilds, because I'm gonna play that when that comes out. I'm not saying I'll be dropping D4 completely, but the majority of my time will be on Monster Hunter Wilds. So that comes out in a month. So that gives me plenty of time to play this, maybe some Diablo 3 in the meantime as well. We'll see. I suggestion will also make masterwork and grind feel a little more worthwhile, because I have a better idea how far away from 12-12 gear currently is. I agree with that. That I agree. I definitely agree with that, because it feels good knowing that you're close. It feels awful never knowing how close you are with the current masterworking system, right? So that I do agree with, because you never know. Like it's just completely 100% like random gamba, basically. What kind of game is Monster Hunter? You can kind of call it a Souls-like. It's probably a great comparison. It's like a Souls-like, but with RPG elements, crafting gear and things, and you have to hunt the monsters. So you're literally trying to find these, you know, a big ass monster in this ecosystem, and you have to go find it and kill it. And it's not like you go and you beat them up in like couple of minutes or whatever. Like these fights are like 20 plus minutes long, and they're definitely different stages. They get enraged, they run from you, they fight other big ass monsters in the ecosystem sometimes. So it feels like an actual hunt. It's like a hunt game in a sense. And then you basically card the remains to be able to make gear out of their parts. So it has, you know, an action RPG element to it, but it's always skill based. You would never get to the point where your gear is so good you just basically invalidate the game. Like the monsters will always be very, very dangerous, and you have to know their patterns, or you can get mollywhopped very easily. It's a satisfying, rewarding game, but it also has a pretty steep learning curve, which is why I kind of liken it to like a Souls-like almost. Souls-like is frustration you don't need. Well, I mean, I'll say this. I don't know if the beta that's coming out next weekend or this weekend, next week or something like that, is only for those who pre-ordered. If not, I highly suggest that you check out the beta. If it's free, check it out. And then kind of see whether it's something that you might like. But I think it's definitely up my alley. I think Monster Hunter is definitely more up my alley than Diablo 4 and Path of Exile 2 and Last Epoch really is. Just for the way that I play games. Not saying I don't like action RPGs. Not saying I don't enjoy D4 and Path of Exile. Those kind of things. But I think for the type of player that I am, that's more about the combat and mechanics and stuff. Monster Hunter fits that vibe a bit more for sure. Dodge roll the game. But there's also different class, like there's 14 different types of weapons, right? If you don't like dodge rolling a ton, you can probably play like a light bow gun, maybe. Then if you play like a light bow gun, it kind of becomes like a shooter, if that makes sense. I would say bow, but bow is actually deceptively hard. Even though it looks like it's a ranged weapon, it's really not. And then there's heavy bow gun, which is also like an actual range weapon, but it's really slow moving, but it's really it hits hard. You can see why I would love it. Yeah, I just need something that's more like I want to grind something, but I also want the grind to be like hard and challenging the entire time.
Yo, dark side, we just got raided, son.
Raven with the
You
raid.
know how we do.
I don't know if I can
Drop my
TP
new
out
beat
because
for
I'm
these
gonna
new
get hit by
viewers.
mobs, but I appreciate you. How's it going? Did you ever look at LOL, DOA, League of Legends, DOA, or Smite? I actually did play Heroes of the Storm quite a bit back when it first came out, and it's beta phase and when it came out.
Got cheesy.
Out. I'm not really much of a team game player, honestly. I don't like...
Ravenhoney raided my stream with 5 views.
Thanks, Raven. How are you? I guess I just don't like really relying like on my teammates a lot. So I'd rather just be able to do my own thing. And while I enjoy, you know, MOBA and you know for what it was in a sense, and I know Heroes of the Storm is, you know, considered not, you know, the redheaded stepchild of MOBAs. I get it, right? But it was fun for what it was. But I'd rather not be on like a, you know, team environment. It's it's very toxic, man. Granted, once you get to the higher levels or whatever, like when I made GM, and Heroes of the Storm, it was a bit less toxic, but I mean, it's still like, I don't know, like I just want to play the game without like, you know, some like 14-year-old, you know, in their parents' basement screaming, you know, about a play or something that didn't happen, or why didn't you cover me, or you know, you missed a kill right there, or why'd you pick that hero? And it's just, that's a stress that just like you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Like, MOBAs is like one of the most toxic communities around. And as you know, I'm really not about that. I'm not about that life. My flame game is pretty weak, man. Like, I don't know if I can flame well enough, right? Like, I can't come up with combats well enough, you know what I'm saying? So like if someone gets, you know, rage at me, my rage game is quite weak. You know what I mean? Like, I'll get laughed at if I try to rage, you know? And I think I think that's part of the requirement of playing MOBAs. You know, you got to be pretty good at raging, or at least, you know, have some clever rage combats. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't think I fit that bill. I don't know if I fit that bill. I'm gonna have to take some lessons. I have to take some lessons. Maybe I can schedule a session with Quinn69 or something, or I don't know. I don't know, man. Maybe Dashizi can play some MOBAs. I think Dashizi would fit the bill. Perfect, man. Dashizi's about that life. You're real stuck on the bird damage? What's happening? The play point is like 3. Dashi's been a no-show since forever. I know, man. He hasn't popped up in any of my videos, man. I don't know what's up. By the way, Peacher, did you see DZ's playing Death Trap? He's like kind of switched to DT. And I was gonna message him and say, I feel Peacher kind of giving you the side eye right now. Get League of Legends coaches for Tyler. Yeah, true, very true. That's a good point. Yeah, dude's fantastic at that. One of the better ragers. You're right. As an ex-Dota enjoyer, I know how you feel. Nothing worse than getting a troll on your team. Yeah. Especially like ranking up, man. Like I said, like when you're like starting, like, you know, let's say you're starting a new season or whatever, and maybe you have some like bad placement matches or whatever, and let's say you get put in platinum or whatever, go to platinum, and you gotta sit there and rank up, man. It is the worst. Everybody thinks they know everything. Everybody's professional. Everyone else sucks. You know, it's never their fault. It is like the worst. People don't want to like film. They want to play like their hero and that's it. Which I get it. I mean, you do play games for fun, but at the same time, like if you just want to do your thing, then this ain't the game for you. It's a team game. You know that coming in, and you're supposed to work with your team. That's kind of the point. But yeah. Smite and Heroes of the Storm remind me a lot of each other. My friend used to play Smite actually quite a bit. Isn't Smite 2 supposed to be coming out soon, or is that already out? Or but I've never tried Smite. Dota I will never ever touch ever. I'm still very salty about what Dota did to my game. Like extremely salty. And I'm not even gonna pretend that I'm still a couple of decades later still not salty about it. It's damn right I'm still salty. Yeah, he's been telling me about it. I'm hunting for the DT pants too. Oh wow, traders in chat. Wow, I'm reporting you guys to the Flurry gods. What did Dota do to which games? All right, yeah, I'm pretty sure like very few people know the history behind it. So you know how people's childhood game was usually like Diablo 2. Like people in this chat, most people's childhood game was, you know, you grew up on Diablo 2 kind of thing. I guess if you're watching or playing D4, usually that's the case, right? But my childhood game was not Diablo 2. My childhood game that I loved a lot was Warcraft 3. So I was an RTS gamer. So Reign of Chaos, The Frozen Throne, that was my joint. I played that religiously. I was semi-pro at it. I didn't like play for any teams or anything, but I did compete in like tournaments or whatever. But Warcraft 3 was like my baby for the most part. And so while Dota was actually a custom map that was kind of created from ashes of, I forgot what it's called. It was actually a StarCraft 1 map first, and then it became a, you know, a much more complex Warcraft map at the time. So when Dota was created using Warcraft 3, its engine, obviously, you know, in the custom games map, it got really popular. And so the people who played the original game, it kind of like suffered a bit because most of the people who would normally play ladder in Warcraft 3 would just go and play Dota. And so what ended up happening was that the search times for games, whether 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, 4v4, no matter what, became astronomically long. So like instead of having like maybe 10-minute search times or whatever, maybe at, you know, most, you'll sit there and be searching for a game for 30 to 40 minutes. So you'll be tabbed out waiting to find a game to play to, you know, for a ranked play. And so all the people who were like really good at the game or, you know, played a lot of, you know, ranked play would get really upset about it because basically the people who normally would play ladder is playing Dota. And so we kind of had an elitist point of view, and I will be honest, I had that point of view too. But it's a very few, one of the very few times where I ever had an elitist point of view, and I was young, so forgive me. But basically, we basically looked down upon the players who played like Dota. It was like, oh, you're playing Dota because you can't hack it at the original game. So you're playing because you can't manage your base and your units and micro at the same time. So only thing you can do is play just one hero because you can't hack it at the regular game. So we would constantly insult the people who played Dota because we were mad that literally no one was playing the original game. I don't say no one, but like, you know, people were leaving the original game to play Dota. And we were just like, yeah, you're playing Dota because you just can't play the original game. You're just bad. You're bad at the game. So I will admit, I was part of that toxic crowd who was like that. And mainly I was like that because obviously I just couldn't find games. People were playing Dota. So to this day, the search times never got better throughout that era. It didn't die. Like the original game didn't die, but it was like it became clear that if I wanted to play ladder, it was just like annoying because people were just playing Dota. So it was just like whatever. So anyways, Dota became its own entity after, you know, the Warcraft era, whatever, Warcraft 3 era, whatever. And yeah, so to this day, I would never look at Dota like the same ever. Like it was responsible for literally, like, you know, ruining my ladder play for Warcraft 3. Granted, I guess the matches were better when I did find a match because most of the people who weren't that good at the game weren't searching, so I wasn't curb stomping people anymore. But I just couldn't find a game because people were just like, yeah. So, yeah. To this day, I'm still salty about Dota. And will forever be salty about Dota. Now, honestly, I did play StarCraft before Warcraft, but yeah, I mean, yeah. I went from Warcraft 3 to StarCraft 2 because Dota, you know, pretty much became the scene for Warcraft, and I was like, yeah, nah, time for me to switch games. So I did. I was not good in Brood War, but I dabbled in it. But I did get really good at StarCraft 2, hence becoming a pro, and then, you know, the rest is history. So a lot of people don't know that history, just because people who did play Warcraft at that level, or seriously, like Warcraft 3, seriously, just you don't find them anywhere. They don't like. They're like, I don't know, like I don't even know where they would be right now, like what they're doing right now, what games they're playing, because there are no more RTSs really to play. But anyways, yeah, that is the story. Now, obviously, I look back at it now, and it's not the people's fault for choosing to do something that they prefer to do. Obviously, I'm decades later, I'm a little bit more of an adult, I guess, right? And at that point, it's on Blizzard to make the adjustments to the matchmaking system to be able to have better games and whatnot. But that is not how I saw it then. I'm just saying. I was toxic. Ooh, look at that bow. Actually, yeah, that bow. What we got here? Everything else is trash. Can y'all imagine me being toxic? Like,
Use it well.
I wasn't a rager, but I definitely was toxic at that time. But just partially the reason why, like I said, like when I laugh about it now, like people being elitist or toxic or whatnot, it's not like I've never done it before. I've been there. I've had my spurts, short spurts, yeah, sure, but I've been there, done that, and I look back at it now and I'm like, man, that was stupid. That was silly. Cut that high matches and WOL. Okay. Yeah. Let's just say I had a short spurt of being a professional in StarCraft 2, and then I left that to play D3. D3 is how I got into Diablo, because I wanted to do something the opposite of being competitive. My friends like, yo, D3 is getting ready to come out, man. It's gonna be such a great game, this kind of thing is, it's like gonna be the best game of the year, blah blah blah, this kind of thing. And I was like, what kind of game is it? And it's like, oh, it's like an action RPG. You kill things, you loot things, get stronger, rinse and repeat. And I said, is there any like competitive aspect to it? He's like, no, not really. But they're supposed to be a PvP, which never really happened or whatever. And I was like, you know what? Sure, I'll try it. That'll be a break from getting murdered by Koreans in StarCraft 2. That'd be a great switch up for me. Was it Wings? Yeah, yeah, Wings of Liberty. I was there around the time. I mean, basically, yeah. I mean, basically the start of Wings of Liberty for the most part. I stopped playing before Heart of the Swarm came out, and I'm glad I did, because that meta was bad. Oh god, that meta was so bad. Ironically enough, given the fact that you guys know my playstyle, like in this game, people would think I'd be like a Protoss player or a Terran player with the amount of micromanagement and stuff that I like to do. But I was actually observing the opposite of what you would expect. MC Tosser's boss. Reflex, what's going on? I didn't know people stopped playing ladder for the Dota. Most people I knew that played Dota a lot never played Warcraft or ladder to begin with. Well, that's because I think that's when more people became more interested in the game when Dota came out, like when Dota was a thing, right? So like the popularity of the game spiked, but not for Warcraft, period. Not for the main game, right? I think that's kind of what but yeah. I guess when there started being more competitive stuff happening in Dota is when you start seeing people from ladder play Dota. Because then now at the point it's like, oh, well, I can, play a different game, I guess, that's not as complicated and try to like, do some tournament stuff with it. Sure, I'll hop on over and, and that's kind of when the ladder base, for the most part dropped. It did. The last match just got auto-modded, really? Weird. I want to make this build. What do you think about this build? I love it. It's definitely my favorite farmer for sure. Like, no contest. I like running rails for farmer too, don't get me wrong, especially the speed farm variant. But there's just something really fast and fluid about this that I really, really like. And the fact that we have an armory now means I can always switch back and forth between the builds. Did you farm compasses for that unique sword? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's really the best place that they can drop by far. But getting compasses early on was really hard because it felt like it was rare. I have a lot of them. I have quite a few of them now, but like before it was like really rare. I have a lot of 6 and 8s. I only have 110. I want to use bow. You're not like crossbow. Yeah, well then, yeah. So, I mean, in the planner and whatever, I have a bow in there. I just like the way that crossbow sounds. But the planner has a bow. And also, if you were to watch the video guide I made on Heartseeker, I also recommend doing bow over crossbow. Because that I didn't really have a good bow at the time, and now I do have a good bow now, so I might actually make the swap when I get some more mats. I'm being so excited for Nest T, yes, yeah, I am Nest T, best Zerg player around that time frame. He was also a little bit older too. Like he was older than like the most of the other pros. Yeah, I learned a lot from watching him play. Bows and crossbows make different sounds. Yep, vastly different sounds actually. For the basic attacks mainly, but yeah, well not mainly basic attack, like all skills. It just they do make different sounds. But I guess for like Heartseekers, like the chunkier sound makes you feel like you're doing more damage. And technically speaking, you are hitting harder. You're just attacking a little slower versus a bow. Whereas a bow, like the bow sounds like you're like shooting like toothpicks, right? But you got that super fast attack, right? So, and the bow transmog just looks way better than crossbow. So there is that too. if I sell it, you can buy. I don't know, maybe. We'll see what I have in my stash. I really think that they did a fantastic job with the activities in Wishtide in terms of like the different types of things you can do in Wishtide. Dead cat jam. Yeah, I'm just trying to like grind now because I don't like farm grind like I should. Just doing, you know, usually doing a bunch of testing. So that's kind of what today is. But I'm gonna do it on Heartseeker because it just feels great to do it on. Where you going? Where you going? I recommend using dash instead of Dark Shroud. For like pit speed farming, yes. No, sorry. But for like T4, since T4 is like, once you have pretty decent gear, T4 is super easy. So like, there's no like Dark Shroud doesn't really do anything for you in T4 because you're like never in danger. So I was like, you know what? I'll just throw in dash, just so therefore I can move around even faster. Because T4 at this point is really just about the speed. You know, most builds, almost all builds have the power to sit there and like, you know, decimate T4. It's mainly at this point it's about the speed. I gotta make a speed farm variant of this though, so you can of this with what I'm doing. Basically what I'm doing right now. Well, he was running. I think all the whispers have pretty much been done here. Guess we need to go to a different spot. I never actually get the wisps. I don't know why. Like I'm almost never get it. I guess we'll go over here. I still remember Marine King and MVP, your favorite Terrans. Sorry, I'm just not seeing that comment. Yo, Marine King Prime was my favorite Terran player to watch at the time. Dude was like forever destined to be second place at every major event. Like literally every major event. He was always second. Like, you know that it was going to be Marine King Prime versus somebody, and you know that Marine King was going to get second. Because he was just destined for it. But he was such an emotional player, though. Like, you could tell he really cared about the game and whatnot. He was a very emotional player. So it was exciting to watch him. Okay, now that I have no idea what just happened. I wonder if it was my wish power that killed me. I wonder if that little vengeful spirit is what killed me. Cause that was awkward. Did Adam Jackson resign? Wait, since when? I didn't even know about this. He tweeted. Let me finish this event. If that's true, I don't blame him. And that's probably the most I think I can and will say about that. "36 minutes." Okay. That's why I didn't know. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, why do I not know about this? Oh, that's awful. Dude's well, one of my favorite devs, I'll put it that way. Rainbow and Indoors do not play nice together. Nope. And Dario's anything at this point doesn't really play nice this season. Okay, let me look at that on my browser real quick. What a long, strange trip it's been. After 15 years at Blizzard Entertainment, it's finally time to say goodbye. So many great memories here. It's incredibly bittersweet to close this door, but I'm excited for the future and can't wait to get started on your next adventure. Wishes. Wishes. Am I using Shadow and Beam in this build? For T4, just because I like the sounds of Shadow and Beam. It just feels good to get the explosions and stuff. It's definitely not necessary. It's just more of a fun factor choice for T4. And I have a very easy way to proc Shadow and Beam, so I was like, hey, why not? Oh, Andar the boss. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought they meant like Andar the hell. I was like, wait, what? Isn't a good thing for D4 that Adam Jackson is gone. D4 has had class balance issues since the session he was the lead. Well, it's a bit more complicated than that. That's why I say I can't talk about it. But let's just say I'll put it this way. There's a lot of red tape. And just because you might be the lead of a team doesn't mean you get to do everything you would like to do. And that's all I can kind of truly say. So that's why I said, and initially I'm like, if this is true, which obviously it is, because saw the post. I don't blame him, if that makes sense. Is my comment. I'm sad to see him go because from talking with him personally, like at BlizzCon, whatnot, dude really knows his shit, man. Like, and he's a gamer, like not even like a pretend, I just have a degree, so here I am. Like he's a gamer. So, but I mention often in my chat, if you've been here for quite a while on my stream, that there's just a lot of red tape, right? In general, when it comes to, Blizzard and Microsoft and Activision, and all that kind of stuff. It just makes it incredibly difficult to be a developer in this company. I'll put it that way. So, any link to this tweet? If you scroll up, I think JMac has it. Hey JMac, can you relink the tweet? I'm pretty shocked too as well. I'm very shocked too as well. Well, I don't say very shocked, but like, I'm sad. I guess like it when I think about it, I'm not terribly surprised he made the choice to step away, but I'm not like, but I am sad about it though, because I really did like the guy. Okay, I guess it's on to the next one. You got 12 minutes. Sure, we'll hit you up. Oh, I'm sorry, you on YouTube. Give me a sec. Oh, I'm lagging. Oh, whoops. Well, okay, I guess we're back. I got you. There you go. Bigger company, you go hard to do whatever you want because gaming companies these days are about not making losses, pretty much. The moment that the gaming industry became, or when and let's wait, the moment that investors became interested in the gaming industry is when things became incredibly hard to be a developer in this industry, which is actually why indie games or indie developers are a thing, because they know that indie games or indie developers really wouldn't be a thing if that wasn't the case, really. Like you didn't really have indie developers decades ago. Like that was an incredibly rare thing. You see more of it nowadays, because of how, you know, what gaming has become. And it makes perfect sense. The problem is obviously it's hard to get funding nowadays because gaming development is a lot more expensive than it was back in the day. And you can't sell a game for what the price of what a game technically should cost if you consider inflation over the past couple of decades, because people won't buy it. Like, I know sometimes we complain about games being expensive. It's like, oh, it's $70 and microtransactions on top of that, right? But to be 100% honest, like, let's be fair for a second, right? Think about how much games cost back in like the Nintendo 64 era. Like with the cartridges, like there were games that were costing $59, $69 2 decades ago, and inflation has gone like if you account for inflation and like also how much it costs now to develop games really honestly counting for inflation should probably go for $130, $140, like for them to be able to, you know, based on just inflation alone. But if you notice, the pricing for gaming has really been kind of consistent. It has not matched inflation at all, which is a good chunk of why you see, like, yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like, if the games cost $70 now and it costs $70 then these companies are kind of hoping to sell off of just basically just pure volume to get their money back. Don't get me wrong, I am not for corporations, right? Like, I am not on the side of corporations. What I'm trying to say is that, like, you know, a company could sell 50,000 copies of a game back then at $70 and be good. And be like, okay, yeah, you know, we did great, right? Nowadays, if a game only sold 50,000 copies, it failed. Because you're selling 50,000 copies at $70 a copy versus the inflation of what it costs to make these games versus what it costs to make it then, and you wonder why like good studios and stuff close down and stuff like that, because they just can't they can't afford to stay afloat. But let's be honest, they were way better games. Well, yeah. I'm not disputing that part. I'm just talking about just like, you know, the price per, you know, like the price where it is right now versus, you know, actual inflation rates. Like everything else gotten way more expensive except for the games themselves, right? Every single player now wants to be a live service. Well, I honestly don't think the devs really like. I have a hard time believing that devs really enjoy live service games. It's just more so of a company thing because they see like a few live service games making a ton of money and it's like, oh, I want to do that. Almost like the whole free to play thing, you know, the whole free to play mobile thing. Like all companies want to like get into that because of how much money they make. It's like, not that the devs tend to like those typical types of games, but like I'm pretty sure that like the devs didn't get into the industry to sit there and make free to play games, like you know, with you know, shitty microtransactions. Like that's not what they you know went into it to do. But you know, it is what it is at the end of the day. Like I don't think I've ever seen an interview with a developer saying, bro, I couldn't wait to make this mobile free-to-play gacha game, man. Like I couldn't wait to design microtransactions to rob, you know, to literally like, you know, gacha people. Like, nah, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, I didn't mean that specific. Yeah, I got your bad, Phantom. You're right. I said, let's be honest, a lot of studios shut down because they made shit games now. I mean, I would say that's only partially true though. Sometimes maybe just your, you know, the person who owns your studio just fires you. Like, what was the most recent controversial studio let go from Microsoft, who had a really good game. They put out a really good game, and they got shut down. I forgot the name of that studio. It happened last year. And people were like very Hi-Fi Rush. There you go. Yes, Hi-Fi Rush. See, that was a good game, and they got shut down. You know what I'm saying? Like, all because certain profit. Well, I'm saying certain profit margins weren't met, but like it's just like. They bought them in despite the fact that the game did well, and it was a really good game. Still wasn't enough to keep it afloat. They also changed the formula to profit through microtransactions. Well, to be honest, like I said, like to recoup some of the costs of what it takes to make a game now financially versus the inflation. Like I said, honestly, whether we like it or not, if games were to be sold, like AAA games were to be sold at the correct price to adjust for inflations, you're looking at about $130, $140 from what it was back then, from decades ago. If you include for inflation, whether it's a shitty game or not, right? Like just to recoup the costs of what it costs to make the said product, good or bad game, right? Games probably would sell for that. Yeah, because of inflation, right? Because again, if a game cost $70 back then, 2 decades ago, what do you think a game would cost now? If you account for inflation, right? So like, they're selling at a loss technically, and hoping that microtransactions kind of make up for it, or that you buy millions of copies of it to kind of make up for it, because they know that we're not going to buy the game. Like they know we're not going to buy the game at $130. Like they know that. They know that they can't charge that. Right, which is why they come up with the companies and the devs. They come up with clever ways to make you spend more money. Like, well, the game costs $69.99, right? But if you get the ultra super cool, fantastic, deluxe, edition with the transmog, and you get to play for 12 hours earlier than your friends, that's only $200, but you'd be cooler than everyone else, right? Right? You want that pack, don't you? Right? You do want to get that super awesome Omega Ultra Deluxe, package, right? You do want that, right? Yeah? Yeah? That's why they do that. Again, I'm not, I am never for the corporation or whatnot. I can just understand the practices of why some of that is done, whether I agree with it or not. But, you know what I'm saying? Like, or they could just charge $130 and give you everything, right? And then just hope for, 100,000 in sales and recoup most of their, their cost or whatever that they spent making whatever. Well, actually, probably still need to be more than that. You're talking about like maybe 500,000-600,000 copies of a game at about $130 a copy. Yeah, nowadays. But yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. Also, someone else said something else too. Is like, I think gamers got greedy. He said that. I do think gamers have gotten increasingly needy and entitled as to what they expect from the games as well. That's also very true. That is very true. We do expect a lot, and we do complain about some of the smallest niche shit, right? Like literally, like the eyebrow line can be slightly off on a character, and like there'll be 3 Reddit threads on the internet with like thousands of likes, bitching about the eyebrow line, right? It's like, man, I'm not gonna buy this game because like the left eyebrow is like slanting a little bit, and I'm offended by that because as an Asian, like I'm already get comments about slanty eyebrows as it is, slanty eyes, and so like I'm just not gonna buy your game, like. And then you have like thousands of people sit there and react to it, and you're just like, and like the game developers just like, what? It's like, Bro, that was an accident. I didn't even know it was slanted. Like what? like, but I swear they will boycott your game. It's just like, what in the hell? What is this? I don't even mean. What do you mean by Asian? I'm just making a hypothetical, but yeah. But you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. I mean, we're also part of that problem too. That's a wild example. It was, but I mean, you get what I'm saying, right? Like you get it. Like, what was the most recent example of something that was actually wild? Was it it was a fighting game. I don't remember what fighting game it was. Is it Guilty Gear or something? I forgot what fighting game it was. But people were like a game that generally doesn't have jiggle physics, right? People somehow, some way, were complaining about, you know, the game not having jiggle physics, right? So, and there was a big thread about it. I think it was Guilty Gear, if I'm not mistaken. Like it's not a game known for jiggle physics at all. And there was just all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, some guy on Reddit like complained about it, and people, you know, bounced on that wagon. And now the devs are adding jiggle physics to that game, and we're just like, are you serious right now? Like seriously, like seriously. When you playing Guilty Gear, that's what you're thinking of, jiggle physics. Like, I can understand Dead or Alive, right? I can understand Dead or Alive, but in an interesting way, because the game started that way, like the series started that way. But Guilty Gear, like, anyways. I'm Asian, you know that right now. Yeah, I know. I think the Battle Pass is cool. It helps support the game and it tells the executive to invest more in the game. I like the fact that Battle Passes are optional. You know, they're not. I'm not forced to do, you know, to do anything with Battle Pass related stuff, but I don't mind them being in the game. Like, I get why they're there. Just as long as you're not locking anything cool that can't be gotten in the game outside of it, or anything necessary, I'll put it that way. I'm still appalled by the whole Dragon Age Veilguard situation. Tell me more about that. Like, I know I've heard rumors, but I don't know much about it. Tell me more. The way I see it as a business owner, would you continue to invest in your product if it wasn't making any money? Well, no, absolutely not. And that's why I say, like, from a corporate standpoint, you know, corporations, they exist to do one thing, and that is to make money. That's it. They don't have feelings. You know, they're not. It's just an entity to make money, and that is it. That is the job of a corporation. And so you hire someone, you know, as a CEO to maximize profits over all else, because the company is literally there to make money. And so when we have a shitty CEO, right, or we see them as a shitty CEO, aka Bobby Kotick, right? For example, like, all of us think that, I don't think anyone here thinks that he's, you know, a good person or a good dude at all, right? However, right? He made Activision Blizzard more money than any other CEO in the past. So the company liked him. The company structure like that aspect of Bobby Kotick, but everything else about Bobby sucked, right? Everything else about Bobby sucked. But the one thing he did well was make the company money, which is why he was there for as many years as he was, because, well, he's making the company money. So the board is like, yeah, you're complaining, but we're making more money with him there. So yeah, about that. And then when you complain and you get Bobby Kotick out, basically the board is just going to replace that CEO with another CEO who's just as heartless because the job is literally it's not about having a heart, it's about making money. Right? Like when you're a CEO, you're not allowed to really be a human. And if you are, they'll just replace you with someone who isn't. At least big corporations. Like we're talking about, like, smaller ones or whatever that may not have, that bottom line where shareholders, pretty much, call the shots. But when we're talking about big major corporations, yeah, you have a heart, you're human, yeah, you can't, you can't be CEO. Sorry. Having a heart means we make less money because you're caring about the gamers, and you kind of can't have that, right? Can't have that. Can't. Nah, man. I'm really not even kidding. Like, I mean, that's practically what it is. Like, and not to get too far into this topic, but it's kind of why, like, the whole Luigi situation, right? With the whole, like, CEO, that was shot or whatever. Like, sure, I guess he did the thing, but all that's gonna happen is they're just gonna replace the guy who died with the guy who basically is going to practically do the same thing. Like, it's not just the CEO. It's like, it's the whole board. It's the whole thing. Like, all you did was just, shoot the fall guy, I guess, right? Like, you killed the fall guy at the end of the day. The guy designed to take all the shit from everybody else, right? Like, I get the premise, but nothing's gonna change at the end of the day. Again, stakeholders on the players. Did I play D3? did I play D3 before? I started D3. I played about a decade of D3. I actually like it. I like it a bit. I think it's worth it. It really is. It's definitely a different experience than D4. But yeah. And blame that for poor sales. Is it? Uh-oh. A streamer bot. No, the quota went up. How, already? Man. Bro, a friend of mine is exactly like that. It's just awesome, but you can't change the people. What game do I enjoy the most? D4 or PoE2? Whichever has the newer content. To be fair. I like both games, but like there really isn't anything else left for me to do in PoE2 after my 200 hours of playing, other than Pinnacle bosses, which at the time before the new patch came in, I could never find as a solo self-found player. So I was like, all right, well, I kind of did everything I wanted to do. I had fun, right? Then D4 came out with the new season patch like that, having fun in this. And then when PoE2 comes out with some more new content and stuff, I'll go back and play that, have fun there. And then when D4 comes out with this next season, season 8, I'll come back here, have fun with that. I know those are weird, super weird way of looking at it. I'm supposed to be like one game this, I'm supposed to fanboy one game over another, but no, I mean I actually enjoy both for what they are. there are things I don't like about both games, and there are things I really like about both games. And the fact that they're vastly different from each other allows me to have a different experience when I go back and play one game. It's like, oh man, I missed this part about this game, you know, from playing D4. I missed this about, you know, having this in PoE 2, right? And then after I play some PoE 2 and I get back to D4, I'm like, oh man, I missed this aspect about D4, man. It's actually kind of cool. Gives me more to do. All of this and the general decline in the quality of AAA games is why I almost exclusively play indie stuff these days. Yeah, I mean, I think some of my favorite games, like Hades and stuff like that, are indie, right? Like those, like, most of my roguelikes, like actually most of the roguelikes are basically from indie games, and I love roguelikes to death. But yeah. You can make money and have quality. The problem is this country that they can infinite growth is sustainable. Usually easily vacation before plummeting into the dirt circle of life. I buy nothing anymore in the U.S. I buy clothes from Italy, electronics from Japan, and even import my bed sheets. All right. You'll be a good politician with that answer. No, I do not want to be in politics. No, sir. Without going down a rabbit hole, and please don't do so, chat. But I do feel like no matter what political views, like any relevant politician has, whether they're going for a governor or, you know, something like an important seat, I really feel like that job ruins you as a person. Like if you were going in as a good person with good values and, you know, like a heart to want to, you know, do right by the people, gets completely lost the moment you get involved into politics in that era. I feel like there has been good people who, you know, meant well, but you're just basically just a puppet for your party at the end of the day. And like it just sucks. It really does. But that's America politics for you. Again, not going down a rabbit hole. I'm just stating what that can do to good people in general. Even professions do. That's why I love the lawman, trying to make my circle of life more enjoyable. Got limited time before I die. I agree with that. I agree. You know, there isn't. It feels like we have a lot of time when in reality we don't. And I know growing up, you know, there was always this like Jex, what's up, man? There's always this like pressure to, you know, have a certain job or a certain career because that's going to set you for life, or so you're not struggling financially or whatever. So you're being told to take this career in this or this career in that. And if you stray that path, it's like, oh, you don't want to do that because then you're not going to make, you know, good money, and your quality of life is going to be poor, and blah blah blah. You know, those, you know, the things, you know, I grew up hearing in school a lot. And still I chose to be a teacher, regardless, right? Knowing these things, knowing that that's the, you know, the whatchamacallit. And at the end of the day, when I look at it, I remember something that really solidified my decision. I'll put it this way. I remember working, I always like serve part-time. So I was always like serving in, or being like a waiter at some sort of restaurant, as well as teaching. I remember working at this place called Roosters, which is kind of like Ruth Chris kind of sort of thing, for those who know what Ruth Chris is. If not, then but anyways, let's say kind of like a semi-fine dining, basically upscale restaurant or whatever. But it was inside of a Bank of America building. Literally the Bank of America, like the Bank of America building Capitol is where I was, like where that restaurant was located, right? And so I would, you know, usually work the late afternoons or whatever, right? And all the people from the top floors, Bank of America, will come down and, you know, eat or whatever. You know, they were really easy to wait on. They always left 20% no matter what. They didn't want you to really talk to them. You know, they were super easy. Like, I mean, like, because they never really engaged in any conversation or whatever. So, I mean, they were boring, don't get me wrong, but it's like, you never had, like you knew it was just going to be like, take the order, give them their stuff, don't say anything else, drop the bill off, leave them alone, right? So, and if Festy said, would this bill be best for controller? Oh yeah, very good for controller. But anyways, what I learned is all these guys in the suits that come down in their lunch break or whatever, very few of them seem happy. It was always like the meetings that were very stressful, and you know how they were complaining about this and how they hated this and they disliked that, and you know, like there was just very few of them seemed like they enjoy what they were doing. Sure, they were making great money, but they seemed like they literally just hated life, right? And I'm like, I look at that and I'm like, man, like you just, like, you're trading, like it's like a trade-off for you, you know. Like I wonder if this is something you wanted to do and thought you would have more, you have more fun with it, or is it something that you were told to do by your parents or whatnot, so you got money to go to college to do this thing, to, you know, be the, you know, have the what do you call it, the American dream, quote unquote, right? And now you just literally just hate life, and so now you're spending like 33% of your life hating life, right? But you're making good money, but you hate life. You know, you're hating what you're doing, and so now you have to spend money to try to make up for the fact that you can't stand what you do for a living, to make up for the fact that you hate doing what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, it's like, did I really want to live life like that, right? Granted, don't get me wrong. Like, having to have a second job as a teacher isn't necessarily like the, you know, not cool, right? You know, I'm working more hours for, you know, essentially less pay between two different jobs, but I generally liked doing what I was doing. Like, I didn't mind. Like, I woke up going to work wanting to go to work, right? Like, I was excited to be able to see my students and teach and things like that. Like, I liked doing what I was doing. I even enjoy serving. Like, I actually was, you know, pretty good at it, and I enjoyed the job in general because it was, you know, people might look at it a certain way, but I've always looked at it as like being, you know, somewhat of an entrepreneur. I'm in control of the money I make as a server. Like, managers don't do much for me; they just tell me what section I'm in. Past that point, it's my responsibility to try to make as much money as I possibly can in that section. You know, take care of the guests, make them want to come back and see me. Not anyone else but me, so I can build my own clientele, so I make more money. So I always looked at it as like an entrepreneurish type of, you know, endeavor or whatever. So I enjoyed it. I had freedom to work the way I kind of wanted to work, right? And so I enjoyed that aspect of it. But I guess I say all that because, you know, what you said, password, it's just kind of like, you know, like at the end of the day, you know, it's never easy to, obviously, what I'm saying is obviously it's not an easy thing, but like, I look back at it and like, I don't think I would have chosen a different path, no matter what. You know, I could have been in IT. My mom really wanted me to be in IT. My brother thought I should be in IT because I'm, you know, I tend to be pretty good with that kind of thing, but like, I can't, I just can't see myself doing that. Yeah, great money, you know, great benefits, but I don't see that as something I enjoy. Real talk, I see life's too short, enjoy happiness. Yes. Does Shadow and Beam work with the cold one together? No, so my Flurry gets shadow and blue when I'm dashing around. That's what happens. This song's a banger though. What do I teach? Music. I'll be honest, you tell people that every time they ask you. Oh yeah, absolutely. The funny thing about it though, Password, is that when it comes, the only time I can't really be 100% like honest, I'll say honest. The only time I can't be like completely real about that, whenever I get asked that, is when it comes to my students, because I can't step on the toes of their parents. Tessie says, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of when it gets a little fishy, because it's like when a kid will tell me, hey, what do you think I should do? It's like, I really like this, right? And I want to do this, but let's say my parents, put money aside for me to go to school for this. What do you do? And it's like, well, I can't get in between that, right? Because, I can't. You live with your parents, right? Like I can't get in between that. Like I would love to tell you do what you want to do, or do what you feel is right for you, but I also don't want your parents calling the school, being upset because instead of being the dentist that they wanted you to be, you chose to, I don't know, like open up a salon or something instead. And they're upset. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not about the. Ironically enough, I did have a student who did do that though. She actually did not go to college and chose to go to beauty school, and she's actually done really well with her salon. Super happy for her actually. I was like, that was a great choice. You knew what you wanted to do. You probably save a hell of a lot of money doing with that, going that route too, for what you wanted to do. But yeah, I wish I could be more honest to them about it, but just yeah. Anybody else though, yeah, I'm saying what I'm saying. Why Shadow and Imbue? Just because I like the boom explosions. I mean, it doesn't really. And this is just T4. Everything just dies, and like I look at it and I look at them and they just die. So it doesn't really matter. So I guess really just for fun factor, because why not? DT, I'm gonna make it a Death Trap build this season. Probably not. I'm not really a fan of Death Trap. It's powerful, yeah. I just never really like. I don't know. I never vibed with Death Trap, to be honest. That and Dance of Knives are like the two skills I just never really vibed with. Nothing wrong with them. I just, there's just some skills on a class you're just kind of like, yeah, that's just not for me. That's just kind of what it is. They all hate the life. University's free in Sweden, so we don't have that problem with parents saving that money for something. Yeah, it's fair. Yeah. I remember one of my students I was probably like one of the closest with. He was practically a prodigy, but he was also Asian, so I guess it's to be expected, I guess. The whole stereotype or whatever you want to say, but him and his parents didn't get along at all. Had a pretty rough home life, so he was always at the school practicing, and we always thought he was at the school practicing early mornings and late afternoons, because we were just like, oh well, you're Asian obviously, so of course you're gonna practice and be everybody and be better than everybody else, right? Like that was the typical stereotypical look at it, right? Like, well, you're better than everyone else because you practice more than everyone else, and that's what you want to do. But upon talking with him a bit more, I realized that he was actually trying to escape from home. He didn't want to be at home, and so his escape was going to school or really early or staying late because he just didn't want to go home. and or whatever. But anyways, yeah, we got to talking and whatnot because I was trying to help his mental a bit because I realized he was having. I saw he was having a tough time or whatever. And I remember speaking of which, his parents wanted him to be a dentist or whatever. Like they would not have it any other way. But he wanted to. I think he wanted to do music and something else. I forgot what it was. Like music and whatever. And his parents did not like that at all. The idea of that at all. I think, what is he doing? I think he lives in Germany now. I think he kind of like went full rebel. I think at this point, and just left the USA. But I message him every now and then on WhatsApp. Make sure he's doing all right. But cool kid. You don't like the sound of it? Oh, you mean Death Trap? Oh no, the sound of Death Trap is fine. I just don't like. I don't like the concept of Death Trap for me. I just don't really have. I don't know. At least not spamming Death Trap. I think Death Trap as like a support skill to pull something together, deal some damage while I'm like beating the crap out of them is one thing, but like spamming it just doesn't. I just find it mechanically awkward. I'll put it that way. Like just looking at it. Like, I'll put it this way: if someone was watching someone play Death Trap, right? Like the current Death Trap build, right? Somebody who's never played D4 ever or anything like that, and you ask them to and you explain to them what's going on. No, sorry, not explain, but you ask them, hey, what's going on? What's happening? They would not be able to tell you. They would have no idea what's going on, like what's happening, why things are dying, or what's, what in the world is going on. Like they just wouldn't know. Because when you look at it from an outside perspective, it looks like it makes zero sense, right? I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying, like, sometimes for me, the fantasy of a build or a skill matters sometimes, right? So like it just it's just like you're saying, I find it more fun than Rain and Rails. Oh yeah, well, for one, Death Trap is a lot easier to play. Right? It's a lot easier to play and it does a lot of damage. I can totally see why that appeals to people. But I do also think at the same time that more people often than not are more attracted to the damage of a build than they are the mechanics of a build. Let's keep in mind, Death Trap has been around for a while. Like you could play that way with Death Trap for the past couple of seasons if you wanted to. But how many people played Death Trap in the past? Mechanically, it functioned basically the same as it does now, mostly, right? But people are playing it now mainly because it does more damage, right? But mechanically, it's been really similar all this time. So, like, you see more popularity because it does more damage, not because they mechanically wanted to play Death Trap, right? Death Trap was never like terrible before. It just wasn't like a top 4 or top 3 rogue build, so people just didn't play it, right? But I guarantee you, I'll give you another example. Like Flurry is an amazing feeling build, right? If Flurry was like top 2 rogue build or a top rogue build, you see many more people playing it, right? But mechanically, it feels great, and it's not a bad build. It's like like you can speed farm like 95s, 100s easily with Flurry. Like, so it's a good build that feels amazing to play, but it's not. It doesn't deal as much damage as X build, right? So like for me as a player, I'm more about how a build feels. I'm not saying I don't want to do damage, but I'm saying like, the the popularity of Depth Trap has more to do with the fact that it deals damage than how it works mechanically, because it's always been there, right? Like if it was mechanically popular, people would have been playing it a lot in the past, and that just wasn't the case. Like, I'll give you an example. Dance of Knives is not that strong at all, but it's mechanically popular because people like the mechanics of how Dance of Knives feels. So a lot of people still play it despite the fact that it's not a top rogue build. Why? Because of mechanics. That's how you know, like, you know, when people like something. Right? Like I said, I'm not shaming anybody who likes a build because of how much damage it does. I'm just saying, like, usually popularity of something is more related to the amount of damage it deals versus how the build functions. Right? Rails feels so clunky. It is. Naturally, it's a clunky build, and it really makes it very difficult to build it in a way that doesn't have some clunkiness to it. I try my best to make it as smooth as possible, but you know, at the end of the day, there's only so much I can do with how the mechanics work of Reign of Rails, right? Feels like DT feels like the old season 01 Kristen Blaze playstyle to me. That's why I like it. Okay, cool. Kristen Blaze, Rogue can hit what pitch here? I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea. Too much damage for Depth Trap is what Buddha's just say. He says too much, so he's going sword. Hold on, I think I missed someone said. That not boring, he just prefers. Are we talking about Woody Joe here? Very challenging builds. He made a Spiritborn. Oh yeah. That's Woody. Yeah. I have a lot in common with Woody when it comes to that. I kind of feel a lot the same way. It's actually why I can enjoy the ultra tryhard Reign of Rails, because it is challenging. However, there are some synergy that just there's synergy that doesn't work the way it should or work well at all with some witch powers, which annoy the hell out of me. It has less to do with Reign of Rails and just witch synergy. But anyways, yeah. I need to have my damage be close, my buddy, or he will ridicule you. Oh, okay. Sounds like you need a new buddy. Or, you know, just play what you want and then give him the middle finger. He'll understand. If he's really your buddy, he'll understand. He'll be alright. Is this build speed farming 100s? I'm doing 95s right now. I think if I had like GG gear, I could speed farm 100 probably, yeah. But I put this together yesterday and was speed farming 95, so if I like farmed up and did the thing, then yeah. Hey, Dad, thanks so much for your random arrows rogue build. I also want to show that while looking at my build for that. I randomly got a 4 GA Wind Force drop from Vershawn on his 7th kill. Oh, very nice. I'll be playing that soon. Barrage pretty soon. With Wind Force. Oh, whoops. One of my favorite things in watching young people watch the video for this song and find out that Everlast is white. Oh, the other song? Bro, yeah. C6, what's up, man? Flurry Rogue feels so good. It's such. I usually like make Flurry at least at some point in the season. I probably will as well this season. I think I might do a combo points Flurry Rogue though this time around. I haven't done combo points Flurry in like forever. Although like that's gonna be a little bit clunkier, but I guess I haven't done it in forever. I just kind of want to do something a little different. Stretch, yes, sir. That's right. I'm super fast in this. Oh, gotta go that way. I need enemies to hit. Start killing things. Bruh. she literally just popped out stuff. She didn't even say anything. Yeah, Shadow Clone's also been around forever, so we think you'd be shooting yourself in the foot. You played it before. That's a different story though. Like Shadow Clone wasn't working well. Like if you basically backtrack on your build if you chose Shadow Clone, right? That's a little different than like choosing a build that isn't like, you know, meta, right? It just didn't work. Just put it that way. It didn't do the thing it was supposed to do. Can I show uniques and mythics I'm using at the moment? Sure. Give me a sec. Alright, so Shadowgrass, Kyle the Nameless, Shard of Varathiel, Ring of Starless Skies for the mythic, and then Shroud of False Death. Hello, do you happen to know of any build using Yin's of Blessings now? Nope. Yin's Blessing is just a stopgap. Basically, if you're having issues capping your resistances or whatever, You put on Yen's Blessings to get the T4 easily, and then once you get your gear right, then you no longer need it. That and Rakonos Wake, whichever one you find first. Yeah, perfect 4 GANs. Were wondering what it was worth anything? Probably not. At this point, no. Could you make this work with Shaco Helm? I mean, there's really no reason for it. You'll deal a lot less damage for really no realistic gain. Shaco used to be the top dog helm, you know, and I think people have a hard time at this point kind of like realizing that Shaco is like not the top dog in most builds anymore, right? Because it was like best in slot for like the first couple of seasons, but now, given how much power creep we've gotten on the new helms, especially like class specific helms, Shaco just doesn't really have a place in most builds anymore. The only time you'll see a Shaco on the Rogue is on the Death Trap build. But outside of that, yeah, Shaco is a downgrade, a big downgrade in basically every other Rogue build. The Druid looks so funny walking around. I'm trying to beat all the other people there towards the finish line. No, that was close. That was actually close. Is it Shaco? Harlequin's Crest. It was called a Shaco back in D2 because that's what it was before you identified the helm. So it's just people just have called it Shaco since then. But it's Harlequin's Crest helm. Was watching Boiler when he mentioned you. Didn't even know you were alive. At the defense, of course. I think I might message you later, C6. I might need to search for some very specific items to make some builds. If I can't find like an okay version of them. All right, appreciate you. I think Harlequin also got lost when it got updated. Well, actually, I mean, the cooldown is really, really good, right? Like, which is the primary, like, reason you would want to Shaco. But the problem is that, like, I think nowadays many classes have found, you know, ways to be able to handle, you know, getting cooldown low enough for most of the builds they want to play without Shaco. So the main reason why you would want to be updated Shaco is no longer a thing, right? So Yeah, it would be best in slot if we couldn't solve our cooldown woes, right? Like if preparation didn't exist on like on Rogue, for instance, right? Then there'll be more. You'll see Shaco a bit more. Well, also Callan Nimbus is just, well, just OP, but trick attacks. But I still think Shaco might have had a play if it wasn't for preparation. Let's go to season 6. Did you playing with GF? Had to pimp out her Necro. It's cool that she's playing. Me last year. What up, Danger? Preparation has existed since season 1 though. True, but at the same time, our ultimates were bad. Right? Like, our ultimates were terrible. Random Rails was awful. Death Trap was bad. Shadow Clone, well, I think you already know about that. So preparation really didn't really have much of a didn't see play because our ultimates were terrible. So now that our ultimates are good, or not only that, but they also buffed the no witness bonus too on the Paragon board. So even if even when the ultimates weren't that great, still kind of, you still took an ultimate to be able to get that bonus or whatever, because that bonus was so big on the Paragon board. So you could use the ultimate as a buff, right? So Random Rails was used as a buff for stuff, like for instance, and stuff. And now the ultimates are actually dealing damage. So now, yeah, well, yeah. Has it been updated on Maxroll? Yes. I made a video guide, so !mark build. I have a video guide on this build now, and I also updated everything on Maxroll to correlate with the video guide. I love this setup though. Like, I really like. Heartseeker. I'd much rather play it at a distance. Don't get me wrong. If there was a passive good enough for that, but I certainly don't mind the dancing around enemies in their face for now. Especially with the teleport flurry making it really like fast. To hydrate. I gotta grab me something to drink at some point. I ran out. So I'm in a group, so I'm gonna have to wait on that. Let me run out of mats. What? Oh, booby trapped. I was booby trapped. Someone procced that poison knowing I was gonna dash right into it. It's booby trapped. He knew what he was doing. Have I heard the song "No Cap" by Big Boy Sleeper Brown? No, I have not. I didn't know Big Boy was still making music. I heard if it's a phase getting introduced in a couple of seasons. I mean, crowd control is, which I kind of agree. What you do is amazing. Keep up the good work. Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I do think that, like, you know, kind of invalidating mobs from doing anything via crowd controlling in an instant. It basically be crowd controlled or be crowd controlled in this game, in a sense, and something has to give. Yeah, Fist of Fate is a pretty big culprit of that, making it really easy. Although, I mean, you can crowd control them quite a bit even without Fist of Fate, but Fist of Fate is a pretty big symptom of that. I'll put it that way. However, I feel like Fist of Fate is kind of being pulled out of some builds. I know for rogues it was almost a must-have like the past couple of seasons. I feel like this season we see a lot less Fist of Fate, and that's actually a fantastic thing. Because I don't like the Fist of Fate glove at all. I hate my damage being that random. No gear ever, like nothing good ever drops gear wise in these things unless you put a tribune or some sort for gear. Is Sky Hunter, is Hakan and Sky Hunter enough to swap into random bills for starter? I would suggest that you also, well, I guess if you're running the Maxroll version, you also need a Shard of Varathiel. So you'll need 3 uniques. Sorry, I totally missed that question earlier. I'm gonna be honest. I'm a little disappointed with Undercity. Like, concept wise, cool, I guess, right? Concept wise is cool, but it doesn't really fulfill the fantasy, I guess, of what it was initially designed to be, or do, in my opinion. But its first design, you were, supposed to be able to be afraid to fail, because, race against the clock to make sure you kill things versus also taking risks to get certain things. And they're supposed to be pretty costly in terms of putting in stuff, because if you fail it, you lose it. So it was supposed to be more of a, big rewards but big risks type sort of thing that never really amounted to that when they made changes to it last season, mid-season, or early-ish season. And instead, it just kind of became like a, what I would almost feel like a glorified 3-story nightmare dungeon with better rewards at the end. And Jackson left. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I'm definitely saddened by that. But I can't blame him for leaving. Mr. Messworker. Yeah, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. We're full. Never mind. It gets the shadow bug at the moment, not granting me the marksman cutthroat. It doesn't grant it to you in town. You have to be out of town. Yeah. I thought the same thing a while back. pretty much. I do need to do some more tests, some more grafter shadows and random arrows. I'm still like, when I did it in PTR, it wasn't. I didn't have favorable results, but I don't mind going back and revisiting. Spoiler alert: Adam joined GGG. If so, I'd be very. Let's just say hypothetically that happened, right? I'd be very happy for him. For sure. He'd have way more creative freedom. I mean, well, Adam Jackson was at the company when Blizzard was smaller, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. He was there for 15 years, so... Actually, no. I take that back. I think it was there after Activision Blizzard was a thing. It was 15 years, because 2010... When did Activision Blizzard merge? It was like 2008, right? Or something like that? So I think he might have came in like after the merger, before Blizzard was like a smaller company. Mr. Pika, what's going on? Appreciate the follow. My opinion, whoever convinced Diablo, she's just seeing as, because she has done a crime against humanity. Well, I mean, the only thing is that all she had to do is just look good while doing it, right? Kind of like Sierra. And, gosh, what's her name? Can't remember. Game industry's in a really bad financial shape at the moment. UBS lost the most money in 2 years. It's mind-boggling. Yeah, Microsoft is doing pretty awful right now. The gaming division is doing absolutely terrible. Like so bad. I don't know why I'm killing things. No, I'm last place. No, no. What bro spec should you go for your alt? Never play Rogue. Oh man, that's what do you so I guess when you're thinking about playing Rogue, what do you imagine yourself doing on Rogue? Like what play style? What do you? I saw internal memos detailing how bad of a deal acquiring Blizzard was from Microsoft. I mean, I thought it was kind of outrageous that they paid as much money as they did. I think anyone was kind of like, yo, how many billions of dollars? Like, like, let's be real. The communication from GGG has been a breath of fresh air. You don't get that much because of WoW. I wouldn't necessarily say just WoW. I honestly think too. You gotta remember that, like, out of all the games, out of all what was acquired, like basically Candy Crush was kind of carrying the company in terms of like financial, profits. So like, I almost think that while having Call of Duty and World of Warcraft and things like that are big deals, Candy Crush is what's really making them the money. Extremely low costs, maintenance, extremely high, revenue coming in, like. No, I'm last again. Don't get me started on motherfucker. I think pit pushing is a really good activity for in-game blasters. I will have to greatly disagree with that statement. There are a lot of in-game blasters who don't push. Because most people loathe the activity. The journey sucks. And what you get from it is like nothing at the end of the day. Like the people who are pushing aren't necessarily technically your I wouldn't even say your best players. It's kind of hard to say that, because if you're not going to push, then you can't talk, right? Such as myself, right? I can't talk because I don't do this activity, but it's such an extremely small pool of people who make the attempt that, like, imagine what it would be like if people actually enjoy doing it. How many people would, how would the competition actually look like? You know what I mean? So you're competing against an extremely small, group of players who also don't like to push, but do it because they have nothing else to do. Until you're burnt out, and then once you're burnt out, then it's kind of like, all right, well, now I hate the game. AKA basically all the rapid fire players from from the previous seasons don't play the game anymore. Jimmy. I'm gonna be starting on mobile games, I guess. Taking that out of how much I gave EA playing Star Wars Galaxy for 5 years. Valve staying private. The best thing Gabe ever did. Those loot boxes at Money Printer. Yep, I can't stand Rapid Fire now from Pit Pusher Season 5. Yeah, that's why you do. That's why you see like no one playing Rapid Fire right now. Like all the people who normally would play Rapid Fire, you don't see them this season at all. I've yet to see anyone actually like even shoot a Rapid Fire, even in public, running around like it doesn't even exist. It's not bad. Like the build's not bad. Like it's still strong. It's just like. Yeah, as long as you're having fun is all that really matters. And I think that's kind of the problem with the pit stuff, right? Like, how many people do think to themselves, man, I'm gonna try to go for the starter part leaderboard, right? Ibram is going on, and go like, what? I can't wait to spend an entire weekend farming Spirit Caller a couple of times, while leaving map hundreds and hundreds of times over and over for one single player. Right? The journey sucks. Right? The journey in doing that sucks. You're happy if you get the clear, right? Like the dopamine hit when you hit the clear, but none of that, 20 something hours of trying to clear it was fun. It's for anybody, right? No one was like, oh man, 7 hours has passed, bro. I'm having a blast trying to look for Spirit Caller right now. Like, cannot tell you how much fun I'm having. Like, I left my 140th map. Bro, when I leave my 150th map, I'm about to throw myself a party. I'm telling you, like, this is where it's at. If y'all not doing this, y'all missing out. It said no one ever. Like, when I put it into terms like that, people realize how silly it is. But that's exactly what we do. Not we, because I don't do that. But that's exactly what people do. That's what you got to do. Right, and it's just bad. So even some of your even most dedicated players don't even want to do that anymore. After doing it for a couple of seasons, there's no way that people you just won't get burnt out from it. So then you get like a newer generation of people who push, and then they do it, and it's like, hey, okay, cool, I'll do it because I want to, get on the leaderboards and third-party leaderboard thing, which is great and fine and dandy until they get burnt out of it, and then it's kind of like, but no one's having fun in the journey, and I think that's a problem, right? Granted, yeah, only the 1% of the 1% of the 1% of the people actually pushing, but you kind of want more people to engage in your the only vertical progression content you have, since that's what you're balancing the game around. So how do you make more people want to play that content, right? Well, you gotta make it fun, the journey, right? You gotta. That's why I just think Pit is just a very bad measuring stick, because it's just the journey can never really be fun with the way that it's designed right now for the measuring stick. Did I boss that before I spawn? Pretty much, yeah. Pilo, what's going on? quit this season, the season just before. If it's a hatred, zero clip at the game right now. How's end games changed from then to now? It hasn't. Everything around the game has changed. Like everything around the game has changed, but the end game itself has not. Bad news. I'm just leaves Blizzard. Yeah, I saw that earlier. Somebody pointed that out to me earlier on the stream. I'm sad about that. I really like Adam Jackson. I really do. I talked to him a lot in person, especially at BlizzCon. Cool, really cool guy. Hit rank 1 on Piss for Spiritborn. A few days ago, first try. Never a classic game, which probably tells you how unpopular the class is right now. That too. If you had an in-game leaderboard, what people would push, do you think? I don't know. I mean, maybe. Like, you probably get a little more interest in it, yeah, but like, I think it would just end up being what the Gauntlet was, right? Where people just didn't care about it anymore. Because once you started, because I guess when it's third-party site, it's not in your face. But when the leaderboard on Pit is in your face, and you realize that when you're profiling these people and they have like real money gear, basically, you're gonna be back into the same rut where it's like, oh well, you know, why am I doing this now? Like, you know, why am I trying to do whatever? Like, you're gonna, yeah. I'm not saying an in-game leaderboard wouldn't help, but honestly, putting an in-game leaderboard to a turd of a system isn't going. It's gonna only, like, you know, wow you for like a little bit, because it's like, hey, cool leaderboard, until you realize that, yeah, sure, it's a leaderboard, but nothing changed about how you do the thing, right? And then now you're back to, you know, oh, I remember why I hated doing this kind of thing. Been playing a rapid fire build, and all I can say, all this shit is dumb strong. I know it's good. No one's playing it. I'm gonna play it at some point when I actually get the gear. But yeah, I know. Like I know. Like, but I want to do Barrage first, and then I'm gonna do Rapid Fire right after. So the reason why I'm gonna do Barrage first is because the gear for close quarters combat Barrage is literally the exact same as close quarters combat Heartseeker. So it's kind of like, oh, I can just do that real quick, right? You know, and play that, get that out the way, and then gear for Rapid Fire. Whale watching season 4 and 5 was so fun. I'm struggling to get raw high in order to barely master gear with loads of energy. Hi, I'm new to D4 and wondering what your favorite rogue builds were to play so far this season. I've only been able to gear 2 together, so Rain of Arrows and Heartseeker, and I can tell you, I probably have more fun on Heartseeker for sure. It's also easy to play, pretty simple, super fast. But when I'm in the mood to do like a higher tier speed pit, I definitely go to my Rain of Arrows build, because I do kind of like the challenge of the try hard setup per se. When I want to, you know, push more buttons. But those are the only 2 builds I played so far. I haven't been able to play as many, but trying to play more. Every time I see Phantom Knives, I always think Diablo 3. I know people think Dance. I mean, people are trying to say Dance of Knives, but they say Phantom Knives, right? But I always think about the Diablo 3 skill every time I see Phantom Knives. You see, my boiler doesn't want to keep carrying us with the refinement. What are my thoughts about the Death Trap build? It's strong. It's really cool to kind of see it like, you know, really get some attention. In terms of like, you know, as a build, as a strong build. With that being said, I never liked the playstyle. So you won't see me play Depth Trap ever. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty much Rogue's probably second strongest build. I say probably with the asterisk just because I haven't put together Rapid Fire yet. I think people are sleeping on Rapid Fire. So I don't know where that ends up, but we'll see. Wait, your Rain of Rose can push pits? Well, Rain of Rose is the strongest rogue build right now. So it's going to it's going to achieve the highest pit clears. They could be start caring about an activity once they put in the game. Gauntlet Pit, Dark Pseudo, Inferno Hordes. That's what it feels like. I'm gonna try to, you know, feel like maybe they're getting good unintentionally, and maybe there's a timeline, right? That maybe they're, you know, they're gonna get to it later. But yeah, it does feel like that right now. It really does. So sad what they did to Andy's. Agreed. I wish Destiny 9 was more like straight from D3. You mean God 6, right? God 6 Demon Hunter. I prefer God 6 Demon Hunter a lot more than Dance of Knives. I think that's kind of why I just can never really get on board with Dance of Knives. One, maybe I'm just burnt out on spinning the win from God 6 for, you know, all these years of farming on God 6. But two, also God 6 Demon Hunter was just a better version, a far superior version. So maybe I just didn't want to play an inferior version of it. I don't know. Whatever it is, I just don't like. Just not a fan of Dance. Why they never brought back AOZ is sort of crazy. Well, Pit technically is AOZ. Like, they're literally almost the same thing. The only difference is we fight a boss at the end instead of the Bloodborne or whatever you want to call them, the clones. I prefer fighting the clones, honestly, over fighting the long ass boss or whatever. But yeah, it's basically the same thing, just without the glyph. Literally the same concept. Renavero stronger than Rapid Fire? Yeah. Ultimate skills in general are just very, very strong this season. Any puncture still, what are your favorite builds, rogue builds of all time? Zario did put in some work with that, man. So hoping for some kind of paladin class. Spiritborn doesn't really fit with Diablo, in your opinion? Well, according to the lore, it does, but probably not what people expected, right? Yeah. But yeah, I'm sure. I have a feeling that they're probably gonna just give the players what they want, and Paladin is gonna come in the next expansion, or a Paladin light class, whether it's Crusader or something, or probably Paladin makes the most sense here. A holy class, but it won't be monk because too close to Spiritborn. Shieldborn. God 6 is your favorite. Yay, I won't be last this time. Go, 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 go. Beat danger, beat danger. Slacker. Boot kick. I know he's in here. I know he's in here lurking. Play class like Elden Ring would be fire an action RPG. But it just really feel like the seasonal ultimate skills? Yeah, pretty much. And so I remember any talk of Spiritborn and D1 D. Well, not in like the game lore, but like it like if you were like really into the lore, like reading the books and stuff, there were mentions of race of individuals. It didn't go by Spiritborn by name, but Nahantu was a thing. So like the story time, like the story actually does make sense if you really was really following the lore. I actually didn't give a shit about the lore, to be honest with you. It wasn't until I visited Blizzard in July last year when I got a chance to test the Spiritborn, when they went over the lore like a lot, like in like this little theater room. It was actually really cool, by the way, like super cool. That I actually got a chance to realize what they were doing with it. I'm like, oh, that's actually pretty cool. Like that's super cool. Like, but I never gave a shit about the lore, much until then. Trying to be negative, but Spiritborn really felt like a cheap, unthought, quick addition. It's actually quite the opposite. It's probably like the best design class out of all the classes in the game. It's just that obviously they were super bugged last season, so they were doing things that they really shouldn't have been doing. But if you look at the design of the class, it's actually like definitely the best design class. Kind of ripping the whole aspect system from Diablo Immortal and pretending it's new. Oh, you mean like just imprinting with the aspect and stuff? I'll be back when I get a wish doctor or a paladin. Okay, fair enough. Speaking of Diablo Immortal, oh, never mind. The Shard of Wrath, you'll lower the cooldown whenever else in the build. Well, it allows you to spend energy. It allows your Heartseeker to spend energy. And when you spend energy while having preparation and specialization, then you lower the cooldown of your ultimate, because that's the point of preparation. You spend energy to lower the cooldown of your ultimate, and Shard of Wrath allows you to spend energy on Heartseeker. Do you by a chance have a spare Ohm rune I can have? I need one more. I don't know. I think I might have sold all my Ohms. Because I don't have a need for more than one. I don't know. I don't think I've found one since I sold one yesterday. But I can check a little bit later. They're also very expensive too. So like people generally are not probably. You can be honest, most of the time, most people aren't going to just be giving them away because, they're worth a lot. Well, maybe not so much, but like Jaw and Bach is worth a ton. Igni's worth a lot. We're talking about like 700, 800 million now. I think the price has gone up. But yeah, if I got one, I'll let you know. But it's always danger. Danger's last place. Sometimes it's me though, but I have an excuse. I'm streaming. That's my excuse. Okay. Now I'm last place. No, it's gonna be me now. It's me. It's me, no. People getting 2 bill for grand gems, really? I could probably see that. It does take a long time to to make them. In fact, I don't have any grand gems right now. I actually kind of wish there was more things like that in the game to grind. So like if it feels like the entire game is like, you know, you're progressing and not like you get a bunch of stuff and then you have one long progression thing. You know what I mean? Just playing Rivals. How goes Rivals? It's dope. It's a controller user though. Gotta relax with some. I absolutely hated the chance-based system of glyph upgrading. I actually don't mind it, to be honest, because it means you have to kind of like get better gear to be able to go a little higher in the pit to be able to make sure that your chances are better to upgrade said glyph. So there's a method to the madness there. Anything that makes you have to think about upgrading your gear or progressing your character, I think is actually kind of, you know, necessary. It was worse before, actually, in my opinion. I'm not saying the system is perfect now, but I prefer this over what it was. It'd be nice to, you know, anything that extends the, you know, the need for me to actually play the game is always a plus. Do I need tribunes? Wait, I don't even know you can trade. I don't think you can trade them. C6 saves the day. I only got 2 refinements, so I'm gonna throw on my 2 and be like, I helped. Like, I helped. I contributed. Legendary runes are a pain to seek, which I like overall, but crafting Ubers is a pain. Yeah, I don't know why they tied it to that, to be honest. I think they wanted to create another like currency for the economy for trading runes, like they have a reason to trade runes in a sense. Which you know works in a way. But got time to pull up. Oh, there he is. I knew he was in the chat. I keep trying to race you to get to the portal. So far, I think I'm up because you've been in last place like several times, many times really. There you are. There you are. See? Take that, bro. Get that weak shit out of here. See, Manavero hit for a trillion as well. It is. No sir, no sir. Nope. You typing broiler? Oh, so you don't type in my chat? What's wrong with my chat? What's wrong with my chat, Dangerouston? What you trying to say about my chat? You hear that, chat? You hear that, right? He don't want to talk in our chat. See how it is? Totally see how it is. Costs are so much freaking better. It is. It is. It does still have the same like clunky startup, ironically. I feel like all they did was just remove the backflip, but kept the animation of the backflip just no longer you backflipping, not backflipping, but no longer you jumping back, which is interesting. But I do like the fact that we can throw it now, so it's cool. Have you had any of those Pee Wee Andes come into our chat? All streams I've seen as one nowadays. Honestly, it's, yeah, I sometimes they usually don't stay too long though. I usually kind of take the fun out of it for them. Also, vice versa. Even when I was playing Pee Wee too, and you know, people who were trying to bag on a game, same idea. I guess I don't make it fun for those who try to troll, I guess, because they don't get the response they want, and it's just like, so I think they just kind of, you know, they kind of gave up, where they'll try to meet their quota on other streams. Just wait till you get some movement speed. I'm currently like at 30%. What? Oh man. Thing is that I actually like PoE 2, so I actually like both games. I played a lot of PoE 2 in December, and it usually blows people's minds when I say, yeah, I actually enjoy both. I like both games for different reasons. And whatnot, and the internet goes wild. Like, what? No way. It's impossible. There's no way you can like both games. You're supposed to choose one, you jerk. You not know how this works? Yeah, he said meet their quota. Think about it, C6. Think about it. Think about it this way. Imagine people, right? Literally, like, purposely going into a stream, right, to talk bad about a game that they're watching a streamer play, to quote unquote promote a different game, and you're willingly doing that. Like, you have the free time to put forth the energy to go somewhere you don't want to be, right, to watch a stream or play a game that you don't like, to say a game bad. Like, there's gotta be like a community or something, right, where that's just what they do, right? Like, I don't know the, you know, like, individually I just don't see the fun, I don't get it, right? Like, they just gotta, and like, not only that, but a lot of them kind of do it similarly too. Have you noticed, like, when they try to approach and troll, like, it's kind of a similar format, right? So like, I'm thinking there's a collective group of individuals where they kind of come up with like a, you know, like a you know, like a plan, like a outline of what they're going to say, you know, per stream, and they have to hit like 5 streams a day. You know what I mean? And like, you know, come back and report, you know, their findings on like, you know, whether or not, you know, did they do their job? Did they, you know, how did the streamer react? They have to kind of report back, you know, those kind of things, and see how they can revamp, you know, the list, the things that they say and whatnot. That's the only way that it makes sense to me, honestly. And if so, I mean, you know, I'm happy for them. You know, they found a place where like-minded people can do the same thing, right? Hater game, yeah, exactly. You know, like-minded people, you know, get together. They do their thing. But outside of that, I can't imagine someone just willingly wanting to just individually go, you know what? After work today, I'm just gonna just find a stream and a streamer I just don't like, right? And just, you know, troll, like. I don't know. I can't imagine that's the first thing that comes to mind. Now Reddit, I understand. I understand Reddit. But Twitch, or you know, YouTube, I don't know. That's just, I don't know. Like. That's for slow and disrespectful. I'm sorry. It's the way I read that. I'm sorry. Yeah. Last Epoch is I think I said it before. I feel like it came out too late. It released too late. It has some great ideas, and some of the best systems in the business. I prefer Last Epoch skill tree by a long shot. I prefer their crafting. I prefer their solo self found by far. I prefer their loot filter. There's a lot of things going well for Last Epoch, except for, well, the gameplay. It's not bad. It's just dated. Or it feels dated. It feels dated to play, in my opinion. I think it would have done well versus like the original Path of Exile and Diablo 3 like years ago. If it would have came out like 2 years prior to and like try to gain an audience. But now that D4 and PoE2 are out, regardless of whether you like the games or not, they do feel a bit more, well, polished, I guess. You're being too kind to underestimate the stupidity of people. Back in the day, we had to talk shit and be able to back it up if we went too far. Yeah, because there was no internet. You couldn't. Oh, not no internet, but like, yeah, just it took way too long to talk shit on the internet back in the day. Like, do you know how long it would take for me to have to wait for a magazine to come in with the AOL disc so I can get 30 days free of AOL and then dial up with my 56K modem and hope that my parents weren't on the phone just to be able to talk shit online? Like, bro, that's a lot of work. that's a lot of work. What's early aspects of since 2009 recommendation from Riker? Oh, Last Epoch, yeah. Doc said, "Is this Rogue you play better than Rain of Rails, Dance of Knives?" Well, it's not as strong as Rain of Rails. No build is as strong as Rain of Rails. I would actually put this build Heartseeker right between Dance of Knives and Rain of Rails in terms of power. Like it's like right dab in the middle between the two of them. If I had to be honest, let's cover it. It's probably a subreddit for PoE players that hates D4 streamers. I wouldn't be surprised. People said it would kill Diablo, and it's now it's on 9-month cycles. Other people want to kill Diablo so bad, so they're hoping it'll get better. I think that's the thing that I think is kind of interesting, right? Right, like in reality, if there's a product that you really like, you actually want the competitor's product to be competitive, so therefore that the product that you like becomes better. Because no matter how you look at it, I mean, granted, you know, we could say all the positive things we can say about, you know, these smaller companies like Last Epoch and, well, not as small anymore, GGG, but still like has a good reputation, you know, that kind of thing. A business is a business at the end of the day, right? So if there's one game or whatever that just miles above them all, and there's no competition, like the games are not putting any other updates or doing anything like that, then there's no reason for your game to evolve or evolve as much. Why put in extra money and work when no one else is challenging you? That's just business 101, right? And so you actually want the competitor to do well. If you like certain game, you want the competitor to do well so you can get better stuff in your game, right? Naturally. So, and also maybe take some ideas from it, especially if the competitors are doing really well with said ideas, right? You don't want the situation to be like, I use this example a lot, like Intel. You know, Intel, you know, back when Intel was basically the only CPU worth buying back in the day, right? Because AMD just wasn't competitive at the time. And so we had just nothing but just reprint copies of the 3 series, the 4 series, the 5 series, the 6 series. Intel CPUs were all terrible. They were terrible. There was nothing like decent about them. There was just literally a re-release which just you know, slightly faster, right? And Intel would charge premium prices for it, and they could because they had no competition, right? But now, obviously, when Ryzen entered the picture, all of a sudden, oh shit, I have to innovate, and now they relate to the party of innovating because they dominated the party, the scene for so long. They had no reason to innovate, so we had shitty products for years from Intel that we would just pay premium for, right? You don't want that. You don't really want that, like, ever. So when it comes to, like, you know, Diablo, Last Epoch, and, you know, PoE 2, you know, no, like, I want all 3 games to be really good. All 3 games need to be competing for, I don't say necessarily competing for the player base, but need to have something to offer that is compelling to action RPG gamers, you know, and that needs to continue to happen. No one game, it'll be bad for action RPGs if one game completely dominates the market. That's not good. That's not good for gamers. Okay, thanks. Is it a good boss killer? It sure is. Anthem XP were beast at this time. There was a time frame, yes. Yeah, that I will give you that, yes. But I would say the majority of the time, Intel's market share wasn't threatened at all, and so they had no reason to innovate, and they just kept re-releasing the same shit every year or two. Am I winning in here? Well, let's see, what happened was What up, Rod? Long time no see, man. How you been? How's it been hanging with you? What you been up to? I'm still mad. Nvidia bought 3DFX. Still got your Celeron 338 with the 212 meg voodoo cards. Been okay. Had a busy last year. Why is this cover of Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas? Oh. Yeah, about that. Boltic, what's up? Am I gonna play Titan Quest 2? I don't know. I'm actually honestly what I'm looking forward to the most right now this year is Monster Hunter Wilds. I am really looking forward to that. I think at this stage, honestly, I think that would kind of keep my attention more than anything currently. Not that I don't enjoy playing D4 or Path of Exile 2 or anything. I mean, I enjoy both of those games. But I feel like the kind of player that I am, which is more of a mechanical player, mechanical skill-based type, you know, like just being kind of more so focused around it. I think isometric looter in general is just never going to really give me that full satisfaction of that. Because, I mean, the whole point of a looter, isometric looter, is to be OP, where you literally bash everything with a super OP build in some sort, which is kind of the goal, right? So, like, I feel like once it just becomes that for me, you know, each season, I kind of run out of things to do. I think Monster Hunter, you know, at least when I played World, it was always that experience, you know, like no matter how strong no matter how good gear I craft, I still have to try. And there's always mechanics and things to do better, and you know, so I think Monster Hunter is more fitting for me. So when WoW comes out, I think I'm gonna, you know, blast that for a bit. And then when the new season of D4 comes out, or the new patch of Path of Exile 2 with the class changes, or the new class or whatever, like Huntress or whatever, I'll be back for those. Let me scratch your back. I just got that. Lots of drama stuffs. But you been alright though, man? Those long pipeline Pentium 4s were a joke. Anthem XP and Anthem 64 were like so much better. Die, crit, and vulnerable damage in the same bucket, right? With vulnerable work in place of crit damage for Arena of Arrows. Well, Arena of Arrows is a precision build, so it scales with crit damage because of the precision passive. So you definitely want crit damage. All right is relative, but getting better. Gotcha. All right, man. Okay, then. Guess it's my turn. Hope things continue to be up for you, man. I was sad because I don't know if you know Flavine. Do you know Flavine or Flavine, the VTuber streamer? Sea of Thieves. Do you remember? I don't know if you remember. Yeah, so she passed away in December 15th. I didn't find out until like 3 or 4 days ago. But apparently she was battling cancer for like 6 or 7 years, and no one knew. No one knew. I didn't know. I was literally about to cry on stream when I found out, because Evan the Pig told me on stream. I'm just like, you're kidding. Oh man, I know, it's crazy. So I haven't seen Evan the Pig in a while until like a couple of days ago, because he said he was really sad. He was like, yeah, I just kind of just didn't really go online much. Yeah. But yeah, she didn't want people to worry, and she was always trying to give to everybody else. Yeah. That makes me sad, but I appreciate knowing because I wasn't sure if she was around. But like, yeah, Flay was always so wholesome, man. And she, and it killed me because I had to pick with something. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, she when she was getting her chemo there, treatment in the morning, she would always watch her stream while it's happening. She loved all your shirts and stuff, and I'm just like, man, like, it just kind of got me in my feels for a bit. What are your thoughts on the end game? Needs more vertical progression. The end game is practically all horizontal progression outside of Pit. Pit is the only vertical progression we got, and Pit is kind of a horrible experience in terms of the vertical progression part of it. So there's potential for things like Inferno Horse to be really good for vertical progression, even Curious Undercity. But they just haven't done anything with it. They're kind of still adding stuff. That's the thing. I wouldn't even say that. Like every season, they usually do a lot. Now, whether that a lot matters to you or not is one thing. Like they can do a lot of things that you don't care about, like as a player, right? Like it's like, oh, they did all these things, but they're all trash. Okay, that's fair. But it's like, I just wonder, like, when they're going to really throw like a serious bone to to people who want to play your game long term, right? All the things that we've gotten so far this season is great if you play like casually in a sense, like very, very casually. It's great. I mean, it's like a lot of it is great, but if you play for the long term, the long haul, then you're pretty much done, right? Lots of people want leaderboard. I do too, but I don't want it in the current state of the game. I think throwing a leaderboard on a turd of a system isn't going to help with the longevity of your game. Like Pit is not. I mean, people think that, oh yeah, just throw leaderboard on Pit and people will be happy. No, they won't. No, they won't. Like, sure, you'll give the people who already push something to do, but you have to understand pushing is in this game is terrible. No one likes it. Who wants to spend their entire weekend farming for a spirit caller for one clear after 17 hours? Like, no one. Like, no one likes that. You do it because you don't have anything else to do in the game, not because you look forward to it. You do it because it's like, I have all this gear. What am I gonna do now? I guess I'll push since I have nothing else to do, right? You're not looking forward to it. You're just doing it because you don't have anything else to do. So like adding a leaderboard to that shit system isn't gonna help the longevity of the game. Do I think we should have leaderboards? Oh yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree. But you kind of need to fix your systems or add, have better in-game progression, better vertical progression for the end game before adding something valuable. Look at Gauntlet, right? They tacked leaderboards onto Gauntlet, and Gauntlet was a big problem. Like, people hated Gauntlet. There was a lot of issues with it. People were cheating and all that stuff like that. It has so many problems with Gauntlet, right? Like, that's an example of trying to tack onto a leaderboard onto a shitty system that people just didn't care about, right? So they have to figure it out. They can. Like I said, there's things they can do. It's just, are we gonna see it? And at the end of the day, like, that's the real question. Yeah, Gauntlet was garbage. Exactly. Right. Yeah, so like my fun in the game right now is mainly just making builds. You know, making builds, making video guides on builds, playing several different builds, especially this season because of the armory. So that's actually kind of cool that I can sit there and switch from one build to another build. That's actually a really, really good quality of life that should have been in the game a lot earlier. But once I'm done making all these builds that I want to play, and then maybe min-max one or two that I really like, you know, I'm at that point I'm kind of done, right? Until the following season. Were pirates removed from Witch Tide? Yeah, because they were bugging out. They were causing crashes to player systems or whatever. So they removed it for now until they fix it. The game gets if you have more aspirational content, something proper to use all your min-max gear on. Yeah, that's what but a lot of this has been like, you know, asking for or wanting. And like I said, technically you kind of have that with the pit. It's just not good. It's a worse port of Greater Rifts from Diablo 3. Appreciate the follow. I didn't hear which one was deactivated. The is it the pier? The piers like that, and the Witch Tide, those little like things that you were grabbing, like a big ring was surrounding you, and you killed a bunch of stuff in that ring. Like that's been disabled. Most of it's because of the extreme power creep and complete lack of challenge. Well, the lack of challenge is basically just not having vertical progression, so that's roughly kind of the same thing, yeah. But power creep too as well. That is big numbers. What build is this? This is Heartseeker. The quote-unquote skill involved with this is know what boss maps to run and how to exploit mobs. And a lot of fishing, yeah. I mean, pretty much. The fact of the matter is that like high-level pits play identical to speed farming pits, with the exception of a 7-minute boss. like that's the difference. At the end of the day, like, because you're pretty much speed farming through, or kind of speed farming, you know, to the boss, on the way to the boss. It's really just the boss fight, and then fighting the appropriate boss for 7+ minutes. And some classes you're just like immune to the damage that the pit boss does, so it's like you're literally kind of bored for 7 hours because you know can't die on some builds. So it's just like, so you're just wheeling at it for 7 minutes. There are some classes that can apply some strategy to a boss or like that, like precision builds have to kind of like, you know, insult Spirit Caller for him to spawn ads before doing their rotations or whatever, right? You know, start telling your mama so fat jokes. And the Spirit Caller's like, how dare you? And then you start spawning ads, and he's like, yeah, there you go. You know, that kind of strategy. But, you know, but that's few and far in between now. I don't know why I'm laughing. I'm thinking about like the old school your mama jokes. Your mama just a reserve for CA. Oh man. Bro, we talking about like the old, your mama just like your mama so fast she jumped in the air and got stuck. Like old school, like elementary playground jokes. Where it's like, man, no, man, your mama so fast she played pool with the planets, and you're like, oh. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about. I gotta go. Has anyone found a single GA item from Obos this season? No. I have not. I'm so fast she got her own hair. I remember that. I remember that. Proxy says, yeah, Mini. I'm gonna need to learn how to gamble from you, bro. I have not seen a single one for myself. Yeah, okay, it checks out. Yeah, I game it for amulets, amulets basically. Whoops. Your mama so fat her belt size is the equator. Yep, I remember that one too. I call her chunky. I forgot to put my clones on. I was like, why ain't nothing going on? I was like pushing the buttons. Just did one on your Flurry clone. Very nice. See, I didn't abandon it yet. Only reason why you haven't is because you haven't found the pants. That's all it is. I'm on to you, Peachy. See? Yeah, I'm gonna do Flurry though. I really want to do combo point Flurry. I don't know why, I just do for some reason. I don't know if I can really do that and have a clone as well though. I'm not. I need to actually think about that for a bit. Oh, whoops. They're waiting on me. I'm coming. I'm coming. Mom's so stupid she bought a quota pack for a refund. I remember that. Romance. I sure miss being a kid. There were some fun times. Fun times. You want a 4 common GA foundation for combo points there? I mean, maybe. Have you changed your wish powers? Can I explain what gems need runes, please? So if you're following the Maxroll guide should be updated with the correct gems and runes. Gakushi. Can I still undercity? Yeah. Yep. It just makes more sense to do in a party since everybody can benefit from one person's tribute. So it's a considerably better team activity, group activity. But you can certainly solo it if you want. But yeah, Master Worker, yeah, I would totally take that. But yeah, I do want to do some combo points because I mean, combo points actually did get quite a bit of buff mid-season. But by that time, nobody was really playing the game. Really, honestly, I say nobody. Let me rephrase that. Like the community of blasters, I'll put it that way. Small, very small community, but weren't really doing much with the game. So we didn't see much for it. But that combination dagger buff and some other combo point buff stuff was quite massive. So to not see more combo point stuff is, I won't say a little surprising, but like, I started Flurry Rogue with Claws and Doombringer. Very fun so far. Flurry's a good build. I feel like it will never really get the light it deserves unless it's like the #1 rogue build. Because people just have that, you just have that stigma for like being either bad or just mediocre for a long time. That except for like Flurry Rapid Fire, right? But that's because 1 or 2 content creators made that popular. It's kind of really it. You don't think it would? Reputation's already in ruins. Yo, Flurry, I mean, like, even though it's not damage skill in my setup, but Flurry is like always in all of my setups basically, just for the teleport part of it. I have a hard time like not playing with Flurry in like a lot of setups, unless it's a combo point setup. Mine too. Right. White Tigers, what's up, man? How are Flurry builds working this season? Is it still overpowered or something? No. I don't think so. Not this season. I think it's normal Flurry, but with Shadow Clone. Oh, whoops. I went the wrong way. Danger's gonna beat me. No. Axe cheats. I saw his game Genie on. He cheated. Being Death Trap is crazy. Oh, you're doing combo? Or Flurry clone combination? Game Genie did my Pokemon Red Dirt. The real ones know. Would you say that you're one of the best rogues in the world? Here's the thing. How do people determine who's the best or who's in like top 5 or something? Like how does one determine that factor? I mean, I know you got, pit pushing or whatever, but a lot of people, even some of your more popular, people don't do that. So like without that metric, how do you determine who's better than who? You know what I mean? Like, I just would consider myself, above average at best. I might be mechanically great player, in terms of being able to pilot builds or play a build like very, well. But I mean, what is the metric of what makes a good player a good player? Is it the builds he creates? Is it the, how fast he gets to, 60 or Paragon 300? You know what I'm saying? Like there are lots of good, I think, players who play the game, but who know the game inside out and kind of things. But best educated, I would say when it comes to Rogue, I could see myself in like the, upper echelon. I mean, I couldn't give you a number. I can't say like top 5 or anything like that, but I would say if people had to ask, hey, who should you talk to or follow about Rogue, I could see my name coming up a couple of times in that conversation, in terms of people who would, say, hey, who to watch or who to talk to, who to ask questions about, right? So I think that's pretty cool. Like outside of that, there isn't like a PvP thing that we can like a realistic PvP example where we can be like, all right, fisticuffs, guys. We need to settle it right here. Who's the best rogue? You know what I'm saying? Like we don't really have like a thing of that nature.
Greetings.
Wait, who was it? Who was the slacker? Who didn't accept? Star 05 for last season. I'm saying it's hard to play, but hard to gear. Yeah, the gearing is very strict. Gilsu says, I think Death Trap is crazy. Death Trap is good. The thing is that like Death Trap has kind of mostly been like that for a while. Like playstyle wise, mostly. I mean, there's a couple of different quality of lives going into the season, but it's been that way for some time. You know, people like it more now because it deals more damage, I guess. Like, I almost never really used to hear. The thing about it is that actually Death Trap was actually pretty good last season, and decent the season before that, technically. But you know, because it wasn't like top 3 rogue build, people didn't care. But now that it's top 2 rogue build, people are like, yo, you know about that Death Trap? I'm like, yeah. It's kind of like the Death Trap I remember in the past couple of seasons. However, obviously, it did get a cool new legendary, you know, or sorry, unique chest thing or whatever. I'll give it that, but the gameplay has been mostly the same. But with that being said, like, you know, I am glad to see Death Trap get some attention. I think it's a cool build, even if I'm not interested in playing it. It's cool to see Death Trap, like, you know, get some love. It'd be nice to see some, you know, Flurry get some love. OP Flurry kind of saw a little bit of attention last season, but you know, I don't think the Flurry players kind of wanted that variation to be the variation that people paid attention to. But it is what it is. Meet me in front of her 1v1. So it's the strongest road build for season 7. Rain of Arrows. Well, if we're just talking about like just like pure power, like what just has pure unadulterated, you know, power, and that's gonna be Rain of Arrows. Death Trap is a solid number 2, but I put an asterisk on it until I play some Rapid Fire, because I just think no one's really playing Rapid Fire. But I don't see why Rapid Fire wouldn't be in that conversation, considering it did not get nerfed. In fact, it got buffed. So I don't know. Rainville is fun to play. It depends on what you find fun. It can be a little clunky, specifically the try-hard variations or versions or whatever. My only Rapid Fire player is still on PH. I know, right? I know. Actually, most of it, like, when I think about it right now, most of the Rapid Fire pushers, people who like seriously play Rapid Fire, don't play the game anymore. They just don't. Rapid Fire took a dive with the hit cap impacts. That's also that is true. I wonder if they actually fixed that. Because I mean, it wasn't Rapid Fire. It wasn't only just Rapid Fire that it affected. I mean, it would technically affect all builds, yeah. Yeah, Zarya's gone too. Zarya's. What would you say is the most fun build? I can't answer that for you. Because I don't know what you find fun. I can, however, you know, ask, you know, what do you find fun? Like, if you were playing Rogue, what would Rogue look like for you? And I can kind of give you builds based on what you mentioned, but Good player for fire and fuel, you know. That hit cap stops the server side lag. As a quick, easy fist because of Spirit Sword Season 5. And Crafty betrayed us. I mean, I think the thing is too is that like, I tell people all the time, like, those who like really involve themselves in pit pushing are just gonna burn themselves out and hate the game over time. Like, and that's exactly what happened to a lot of people who used to push pit, who no longer push pit or no longer play the game anymore. They don't want to go through that again. Every season. Especially builds that are like extremely stressful to play, or just like just the way it works is just like really stupid. Like, unfortunately, Rapid Fire last season, the whole like potion spam thing with cax and stuff like that was an awful way to play Rapid Fire. So like, if you were playing Rapid Fire last season and you did a lot of pushing with that very awkward way of playing Rapid Fire, I mean, I can't blame you for not touching it this season. Those that push pit, well, okay, yeah, fair. I'm good with at least clearing pit 100. Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, I mean, there's no value past that point in terms of the game itself, other than mostly clout, usually past that point. Now, unless your build just, is as fast in 110 as it is in 100, then of course you just do the 110 or whatever. But, I mean, you gotta go when you're a wallet. That's in my pocket. I downgrade, you can get what I get. So if Dangerouston is chatting in my chat and Boiler's chat and playing the game at the same time, is he Elon confirmed? You must be Elon. I knew it. I'm actually on vacation. Oh man. Might make a row for the second character of the season. For fun, change of pace for me, Necro. Any suggestions for leveling the 60 or just go to Maxroll? Dance of Knives. Dance of Knives is by far the easiest, most seamless way to level on Rogue. Like, not saying the other builds don't work, but I mean, Dance of Knives is just painless. I'm watching my character through your stream. Because I know a lot of the names on the leaderboard are known for doing stuff that no one bats an eye. I mean, like I said, I just don't, I can't. Well, I think everybody knows my standpoints on that, but yeah, just. Anyways, but yeah. It's another reason why like sometimes I kind of go like, you know, when people ask, you know, what, you know, this dude cleared a XYZ pit, and like I know the name, and I'm just like, I want to say some things, but to be nice, I don't. And I try to keep it like, well, let's just say you're never gonna reach that pit. That tier pit. You can copy that build all you want, but you're not gonna get there. Because reasons. Not because you're not good enough, just because reasons. This is all I'm gonna say. Right, Turkish, yeah, man, you're welcome. I think I'm gonna make a Heartseeker leveling guide at some point. I think I've gotten to a point where I can kind of make that work early on. Kind of almost starting out with like a Flurry layout early until you get at least Moonrise or Adaptability, and then you kind of go combo point Flurry for the attack speed for Heartseeker, and it actually works out really well. Of all the old school PoE streamers, Empyrean Gaming really impressed me. No drama, just solid gameplay. I swear that guy is low key a robot. There's somebody else I watch. Forgot his name. He does a lot of solo self-found. Was it Pox? I believe. I don't really know a lot about the PoE creators or like that, but like whenever I watch him, he seems like a real chill dude. But yeah, Empyrean as well. Although he did get banned at one point for doing something. I forgot what it is. He did get banned one season, one league or something like that for something. I don't remember what it was. But like, it was like a pretty big deal, enough to even I found out about it, which is crazy. Is TB Reign of Rail more TB or more Reign of Rails in terms of DPS? That's honestly, I don't know. I haven't been able to keep up with that. All the evolutions that TB is trying to make to kind of stay relevant right now. I had never get PoE when I want to try. I think I would have enjoyed it. Then again, I didn't have time to game until a couple of years ago. Yeah, I actually liked a lot of things that Path of Exile 1 did. I just couldn't get involved with the gameplay. Like, the game was, like, for me, like, I felt like, oh yeah, this is gonna be awesome until I actually played it. Like, until I actually, did the build part of it or whatever. Like, Path of Building was awesome. Like a lot of things surrounding it, I think, they did a great job with, except for the actual gameplay of it, in my opinion. It wasn't bad, it just wasn't, like, compared to everything else in the game, that was definitely its weakest point. And I need that gameplay. And so I just couldn't continue to play. Which is why I actually enjoy Path of Exile 2 a lot, because the gameplay is significantly better than what it was. Wish me luck on this random mythic cache. How'd it go? You know what, fam? I want some pancakes. But like, I want like IHOP pancakes. Speaking of which, I don't know. I don't know why like I have a taste for IHOP pancakes. Like it has to be IHOP. That was random because I didn't eat. I literally said IHOP pancakes, man. My man, love yourself more. Yo, IHOP pancakes are like the bomb. So, yeah, I haven't eaten yet. Like I got home. I did the Heartseeker video kind of thing, and then I slept because I haven't really slept at all. So and then when I woke up, it was literally time for me to stream. I'm like, okay, oh god, I gotta get up and go stream. So I literally woke up and went straight to streaming, and I haven't eaten yet. So it's like, I know by the time I get off the stream, you know, I gotta go to work in like 3.5 hours roughly. So I'll have time to like think about food, and so like, I don't know, pancakes just kind of came up. They got that crunch to them. Yeah, bro, I don't know what it is. Like the thing is that I've eaten at many other like restaurants that have pancakes, but nothing like IHOP's pancakes. I don't know what's in their batter or whatever. It's gotta be crack, man. I swear, has to be crack. I can't explain it any other way. Like it just doesn't make any sense how good they are. Like you just. All the IHOPs around here suck. There is one that's kind of close to. I'm gonna say it's close to me, but it's like in like a good area that I go to whenever I want some pancakes. But the other ones that are closer by suck. You're right. It is kind of hard to find a good IHOP. Buttermilk, lots of it. Is that wax? What's going on? So how I'm doing all right, man. Found you when I was picking my rain bill. Was looking to see other people, what people doing. Find your setup and pretty much outright stole it. Cool. I know, like, I'm actually kind of surprised, Team China. I'm actually kind of surprised because like I went a very much different route with the Rain of Arrows build because I wanted to make sure that the build that was very convoluted to play, you know, there was an easier approach, you know, and also an approach that guaranteed you proc precision every time and that you don't ruin it, right? So that was hard. That was really hard to come up with. That also felt powerful, right? Because I felt like I was gonna get judged from my peers. It's like, oh, you know, like the people who actually, you know, make builds too. Like, yo, Darkseid, why do you even go shot of a rapier? I mean, you know, bro, like really? But you had to kind of think about, you know, the feel of the build and, you know, being able to, you know, always have that big hit of Rain of Arrows, right? So I was a little concerned how it was gonna be taken when I did the video guide. And, it's been overwhelmingly positive, which has been great. Which is, you know, it's been nice. Biggest thing is I just wanted to make sure it was fun to play. And then, of course, I talked about the try-hard version for those who wanted the more convoluted rotation, right? So, yeah. I'm glad you like it, though. I appreciate it. Wax is like, I saw your last video. You said you use Flurry to proc close quarters combat, but Shadow Clone is a cutthroat skill, so you don't need Flurry, right? You know what? You're not wrong. Well, it's actually, it doesn't really count as I don't know if it actually really counts as a cutthroat skill. It doesn't have a tag on it, so I don't know. But regardless, I think you still want to do either dash, shadow step, or flurry to get around. So like, whether you use it to proc that or not, you still want to have some sort of movement. And so I just like flurry for the movement. I can't live without half a gallon of buttermilk in the fridge at all times. Cornbread and pancakes must have buttermilk. I kind of just want to buy their batter. It's like I want to buy like the Waffle House waffle batter. Trying to drop stuff that I don't need so I can pick up things I might want. They came off a bar so easy. It is, but I can never get. I never really get to the point where I get that. It's like once you get that taste for something that like that really really good taste or whatever. It's hard to replicate that, and then you get mad at yourself because you're thinking, man, if only I could, whatever. And then like you try to replicate that taste, and then you're just like never really get it just right anymore. I don't know. Like I can never replicate that, or at least attempt to or try to. So honestly, I just stopped. I just stopped trying. Wait, Danger, what happened? What are we doing?
Inviting hard.
Resume later. What's the best push build for Rogue? I want something to level my dancing nice rooms to 100 with. Well, Rain of Arrows, but you can also do it with Death Trap as well. Real butter and real maple syrup, and you never go back to IHOP. You think so? Hey, how do I make Victimized Heartseeker Rogue better? You don't. I tried. I legit tried. Victimize is just bad this season. The seasonal powers don't do anything for it. It's just bad. It's bad. Just I would not recommend. I'm a bow rogue. I like playing range too. But the close quarters combat Heartseeker is just so much fun, and it's definitely stronger. My version of the build was more consistent and quote unquote consistent in damage, but didn't have the output. Are you talking about like the 1-to-1 barrage, Rain of Arrows type thing? I want to make sure I explain that. I did go into great detail about that in the video because I want to make sure people understood what was happening when they did that. Not that I didn't say that they shouldn't do it. It's just more of just be aware of what's happening when you are doing it that way. Been one of the good builds since ult builds since the game launched, and didn't do much last season. So this first time being able to build primarily around ults. Cool. Yeah, you still need mobility skill anywhere, but if somehow you forgot to use it or you want to keep it up just a little bit longer, clone still procs it. I actually did not know the clone actually did and ended up procking it. That's actually yeah, I didn't know that.
Yo,
Boiler
dark
raised
side. We just got
Boiler with the
raided, son.
rain.
You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
What up, sir?
I boil up raided my stream with 185 viewers.
Bro, I think I spent most of my stream in Undercity with you, man. What's going on? I'm sure you're probably about to go to bed and do your thing. They last seen yeah, I hop his cred now. I'm still gonna get me some. I don't care what nobody say. I said in about like an hour and some change, I'm gonna get off and get some IHOP. I hop it up. Probably tomorrow I'll do this again in a year. Showfloor Rogue. I have mass not to make it work. Maybe. It's a fun thing. It's a fun build to do. I'll say that much. Okay. I guess now what do I want to do? I'm out of whatchamacallits. Grab some or make some. Let's see, we'll grab some elixir of advantage. You know what? You know, we'll go back to farming some more rot because I do need that too. No, I'm in both places at once. Your Cal GA tricks? Yeah, I got a +6 Cal, so I'm missing like. Oh yeah, I forgot about Jack Collar. What's up? Oh yeah, the amulet. That's right.
It is done.
Oh, whoops. That's a combination deck. That's right. Who was it with the amulet? Was it you? Ah, boo. Who was it with the amulet? I forgot. It was you. What about the amulet? Remember? Okay. Okay, gotcha. Sag. No, all good. I appreciate it though. We're gonna go Is Poison TB not good for in-game? The clones weren't working properly with poison imbuement and other stuff. Sag. They're gonna fix that though. They're aware of it, and it's just a matter of when, I think. This farms from Rot. I think that was what, almost 100k of massive working. Yeah. What amulet was it? It was a GA for finesse. It didn't have anything else good on it, but it had that one stat. So I figured I'll just roll one other decent stat on it and just kind of use that for like combo point builds or whatever. Team China. They're looking pretty nasty. Yeah, I love some Heartseeker, man. Especially for speed farming. Oh, we got a. Oh, let me get that one restless rot. Get it. There you go. I'm here, guys. I'm here. It's hilarious how sometimes some dread in the middle of the pack just doesn't. Yo, we got head. Should you do it? Yes, you should, Peacher. Let me take another look at it. Oh, you mean the OP Death Trap? I mean, if you think you're gonna enjoy it. I mean, that's perfect for it. It's just like. Do you turn your back on Flurry? Well, I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, Flurry already saw you sigh and, you know, Death Trap already, so I think it kind of already knows you're gonna betray it. So I mean, I'm just. All right, Sato, you have a good one. Damien, what's going on? Like all the champions, they just disappear, and then random normal bandit is like, I got this. That one bandit that's left, yeah. Any big updates to Random Rails? Not in the past few days, no. Because the MS have been super rare this season. I agree. I'm actually very surprised I got this, even though I didn't really want the GA on the Malice, but at least these are the 3 stats I want on this build, and any close quarters combat build. So it was kind of like I was fortunate with that, even if the GA is in the wrong place. But I do have all the stats. Crit on Dex better against yellow masterwork. No, that's a yellow masterwork. I just didn't feel like redoing it because I didn't have the mastered at the time. And I was just putting this together, so I was just like, I was wondering how I was gonna perform. I'm like, that's good enough, kind of thing. Yeah, a lot of my masterworks on this build is literally. Good enough hits right now. Trying to get that right. There you go. You're cross streaming on Twitch too? Yeah. Twitch is my main platform. I started dual streaming on YouTube like about almost a year ago, roughly. I wish I was more active on YouTube, like making videos, but it just takes a while. It's hard to do. It's hard to stream and do videos and work. Like, I really need to give me a video editor, but I just can't afford one with the size of my stream, my content, you know, kind of thing. So, I'll tune China with the sub. Appreciate it. Appreciate you, sir. I remember he was streaming a bit and he was trying to break on YouTube, but yeah, some like way more. It's the thing about it is that like you have to kind of branch out and do multiple different platforms in some way. I haven't like did TikTok or anything. I'm not cool enough for that. But like, or like I don't really do much on like Twitter either. But like YouTube, like if you're gonna do Twitch, YouTube is a must too as well. You got to do both. But it's hard. It's like it's hard, man. But like, yeah, I kind of got on to that a little bit later, like because I didn't like when I first started streaming. I wasn't planning on streaming for a while. It was only because COVID and I lost both jobs, so it's kind of like I had nothing else to do, so I decided to stream. I had no intent on like just becoming a thing that I do regularly, like on a regular. So I didn't bother with YouTube or anything at the time until a friend of mine who used to be one of the biggest Demon Hunter streamers back then, he would come on my stream a bit, and he's like, man, you need to do like videos, like YouTube videos. And I was like, I don't know how to edit. I don't know how to do any of that. He's like, bro, you need to learn how to do it. Like I'm telling you, like, learn. Like, and so he kind of got me into learning how to edit and all that stuff, ish, thumbnails, that kind of thing. Yeah, Phyllis was a cool dude, man. He was established on Twitch because of Destiny 2, but I guess the YouTube algorithm is aggressive to break. The thing is, it's actually quite impressive. If you can, like, growing on Twitch and just Twitch is impressive. Like, it is nearly impossible to do that nowadays. Like, you can't do that. Twitch does not do a great job of, like, you know, like promoting the streamers in a sense, or making it easy to be discovered. I'll put it that way. So like usually what happens is that you make YouTube videos and you hopefully bring those people from YouTube to your Twitch stream. That was the strategy. It was to bring people from everywhere else onto Twitch. Like people look at Kaisenet, right? Like, and it's like, yo, he's such a, you know, like he's like the biggest Twitch streamer, but like the majority of those people didn't start watching him on Twitch. Like they knew of him everywhere else, and they just followed him to Twitch, right? That's kind of cool. So it's like, you know, kind of like a community thing. But I don't think I did a single pit today. Kind of avoiding it because I did so much pit the past couple of days with testing. Got 37 tributes of Radiance. I best find a GA by the end of this. I should do some of those. How many do I have? Titans, Harmony. Oh, there we go. It's a legendary one. Yeah. Okay. I got 8. We should probably do them in a party at some point, Master Worker. I'm not gonna do any more Undercity today. I'm Undercity'd out, but like maybe tomorrow. Yeah, I got hit 3 times today. Look at that. The stream. Or this like one run. Very nice. Hey, I'm playing Random Rails build and I'm blasting, but I don't have any resources to cast Heartseeker. What do you recommend to do? If you're following my Random Rails build guide, particularly on Maxroll, I would go down to the bottom of where there's a FAQ, and I have a whole section for troubleshooting your energy issues, because it can be several different things, right? So it's just easier to, so I just kind of wrote them all out, all the possibilities of issues you might be having with energy. It wasn't. You had people latched onto a streamer or two in particular, and you try to do their community thing, but you had a lot of people who just jump from streamer to streamer in the directory, ask for help, and then leave it. They didn't get picked up. Yeah, I think that's yeah. I know some people who are very like generous in that sense, and like I am to a degree, but like I think I'm more about like because I'm a teacher. I'm more about helping someone like learn how to do something. Like if you don't understand something, like I'll take the time literally in my stream to bring you into a game and show you how to do something. I did that a lot in Diablo 3. But generally like carries and things like I don't really do a lot of, because then I don't really want my stream to be just that. You offer carries early on, then you're gonna have a pretty big list of people wanting carries as well, and then it just doesn't end, and then you don't really have control over your stream unless you're making your stream about the carries, right? So like, not that I don't want to help people, just more of those things where I gotta look at the content for everyone else watching and not just the people getting carried. Like the people getting carried is may not so the people who aren't getting carried, watching people get carried, isn't necessarily the most enjoyable thing for hours on end. And so I have to kind of think about that. Get that minute fish right. Yeah, exactly. Yep, 100 Team China. Yep, 100. That too. See. I need one more. I need to try to see if I can give me a Fair in the Bog gem. And Witching Hour, really. Both of them are gonna take me a while. Wait, I got 7 of them, right? Why didn't they give me a Whisper? F in chat for Adam. Yeah. One of my someone sent me a link to that like a couple of hours ago. I was quite saddened by that. Yeah. Big F, yeah. Like that one person said, plot twist, he goes to wherever GG. Speaking of which, I wonder when like the next like kind of like major patch is gonna hit for some of the bugs and stuff for this season. Like, I know like things are in the works, but I wonder when that's gonna hit. I'm not even talking about like the mid-season patch stuff. The like just the oh things don't work. Let's get this working type patch. You're a rogue, something like that. Wait, where's the whatchamacallit? Yo, where's that bird? Am I just blind or the bird is not? Yeah, I don't see the where's the bird at? Oh, there it is. Oh, it's it's underneath all the legend. That's why I couldn't see it. Yo, the bird is drowning in legendaries. A turn in. I was like, I know it's around here somewhere, usually. Oh, man, okay. Oh, well, then never mind. I know it's still there. Time to wrap it up. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, I thought about doing Barrage tonight, but I might take a rain check on that and do that tomorrow. Today was just kind of a chill farm versus Blame SB. What's going on? Question for Renovate Rogue build: is it better to use Kyle or Perdition? Well, Kyle's gonna grant you more damage because Trick Attacks is busted. It scales with itself and double disc with precision. So it makes, unfortunately, Kyle the best helm on Rogue most of the time. However, I personally think that the speed farm variant is a variant that people should play if they're playing my Arena Rails build. Because that runs with Crown of Lucian, and you basically can do a 3-to-1 ratio, almost playing it exactly like a combo point build. And not only that, but the pit bosses, when you're speed farming, it's considerably easier to kill with Crown. And it's more consistent, especially in the higher speed pits. Like you're trying to do like a 110 or something. Crown actually does better, for sure, against the pit bosses. Now, if you're pushing, it's a different story. You're gonna be farming for Spirit Caller and you know, insulting him until he, puts out ads or whatever. But until then, I think the Crown of Lucian speed farm variant, it feels so much better in T4 and speed pits, honestly. Outside of that, you got Cal the Nameless, but Perdition, you can use it, but there's better choices. Actually, kind of a good bit there. I want to see what this guy, like what the guy said. I'm actually kind of curious about what he said. So we're gonna.
What's left, you ask? Use it well.
I'm sure he's correct. I just want to see it for myself because I didn't realize it was doing the thing. Yeah, I don't know if I'm saving that one. Let's put that one there. I gotta like really go through my gear again. I got way too much stuff in here. Why do I got so much stuff in here? Things I know I'm not. Oh, Barrage, nice, sweet. I didn't even know I had a Barrage glove. Let's get that out the way. Why do we even have chests in here? Bro, I haven't been here for a while. I might have to take a step in here. Let's put the real stuff in here. Hype soften back in the day.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
I feel the word thrice should be more commonly used today. Why we have like such a practical word to time? I don't know. It's a good question. Liber, what's going on? Is it Sir Liber? That's it. I see you're avid 1 GA hoarder as myself. For now, just because like there's a lot of like builds I want to play, but like 1 GA is like not like quadress. I think like there's some builds that I'm just not gonna invest heavily in, and so like the 1 GAs are like makes sense, right? But I because I haven't made every build yet, I don't know what I need yet, so that's why I keep them. Of the 3, I used Lucian unless it's hordes. Sort the Kaladin. Master. Okay, so let's go to Kiyovisha and check out this clone thing. See if that stuff comes up on my buff bar, because that actually might give me a more reason to use dash and like the pits. Sunlocks, what's going on, man? Would you refuse a donation of $250,000, or would you not care and take the money with no question? I feel like that's a trick. I feel like it's like a trick question in there somewhere. Now you mean like a $250,000 Twitch donation? Like someone just like came in here and just dropped $250,000? Like, I mean, I don't know. I'd be. He said, "Yeah, right. You're offering." I mean, we need to talk about this for a sec. I mean, I'd probably gift everybody a sub. That'd be like the first thing I do if I ever got it. But I mean, if it happened, I'll put it this way. So my thought is that if it happened, whoever did that obviously has the funds to do that. So like for them, by the way, you know how someone subs, you know, like, you know, $5 for like, you know, here and there or whatever, right? Like to them, they may not make much money, so for them that's still like kind of an investment, sort of. Whereas someone who might be a billionaire, $250,000 is like chump change for them, right? I mean, it'd be crazy for me, obviously, but chump change for them. So they're not really, you know what I'm saying? So I don't really know. I mean, I don't know how I would react, but I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, I don't think I would say no to that, but I'd be like quite thrown back by it. I don't know. I mean, you can't get in trouble for it, right? I mean, I don't think the feds are going to come after me if they find out that it was $250,000 of donated money from drugs or something. Like, I mean, how does that even work on Twitch? You know what I'm saying? Like, or maybe somebody's doing that so therefore they can do it as a tax write-off, right? So, I don't know, but it's just who knows? Turn it to cash and deliver it personally. I mean, it can't be. I mean, it can be tracked if it's personally, right? That money laundering through Twitch. I would just say. No, but that's why the donation makes more sense, because I mean there is a fee to do it, but it's a lot cheaper than doing $250,000 in subs, gifted subs. Oh god. 5 gifted subs from Penguin Lord. Appreciate you. Broken Void Gamer, what's going on? Broken Void Walker, what's up, man? Did you watch any 2024 TV series? I think I don't know. I think the only one I like sat and watched in terms of like a TV series, it's something that's ongoing, and that's Cobra Kai. I think it was like the 5th or 6th season came out last year. I guess binge watch. Oh wait, yeah, huh? No, wait, no, wait, hold on. That's from my whatchamacallit. Alright, so clone. Marksman skills. And cutthroat skills. Okay. I wonder when that started being the case, or has it always been that way? Huh. I'm actually legit curious now. This got me thinking about something. How much close damage do I have? 873. Probably still be best if I did it. If I still played interface versus trying to throw a dead eye in it and play at a distance, but never really proc, or don't worry about procking them whatchamacallit. I was thinking about it. You can finish Shogun. It was a top tier. Yeah, I think it's just more so like me just having times. Like it's just having time to like watch series right now. You know who's making the Dance of Knives guy? Can't find a good one on YouTube. On Maxroll is Mippy, and he almost makes a dance. He made a Dance of Knives guy last season. Many different videos on it. I'm actually surprised he didn't do a video this season. I would have thought he would have by now. Now, if you were stopped when you went out in public and some guy walked up with a black suit looking like Agent Smith from Matrix and handed you a briefcase with $250,000 in it, would I refuse? At that point, probably. Yeah. There ain't no way I'm gonna get lucky enough to get $250,000 of clean bills just handed to me in person. You feel like the season is good enough to PoE 2 still on the fence? I guess I look at it differently. I like both games, so like if I like one game more, it doesn't mean I won't play the other game. If I like both games, so like it's not even a matter of that. For me, that is. I'm enjoying season 7, but I also know that there's going to be a time frame in about 2 weeks or so where I'm pretty much tapped out of all the things I want to do, and then I just go do something else, or do something else long term, for that way. Right? Like, I might still play, but it'll be like, you know, maybe a couple hours on stream, and then I'll segue to a different game or something. But I don't, you know, I don't go, oh well, I don't look at my enjoyment based off of another game, if I'll put it that way. So like, even if PoE 2 is doing well, if there's things in D4 I enjoy, I'll go back and play that, because they might have something I like at that time. I don't have the game loyalty or company loyalty, because companies don't care about me. No reason to be loyal. I play with whatever's more fun at the time. I still don't understand why you're going to fight in MMA though. You want to get in the UFC and throw hands? Not sure why. You're a nice guy, dog. So someone may love you enough to do that and walk up and you're a bless. I mean, that's the thing. Like, that just raises suspicion more than anything else, though. I mean, I would love that. I don't think anyone would not like that in some way for whatever reason, but because the way I look at it is that, like, if I have something like that, if I get something like that, I think about what I can do for others, not necessarily what I can do for myself, right? So it's like, if I had that kind of money extra, you know, what could I do? Like, I'll think about, you know, things I've been wanting to do for others that I couldn't. Someone needed help with something, but I couldn't help them because I just didn't have the finances. Like, don't get me wrong, man. I'll you know, I might get me like a PC upgrade or something like that for myself. And let's be honest, you know, maybe some new headphones because these are kind of coming apart or whatever. But like, I got 3 GA Fist of Fate. Is Victimize better than? Victimize is not in a good place. I would not bother, honestly. Stoked for D3 season 34 on Friday. Got set for Hadrian's Gift. That, yeah. That being the starting set is very dope. Whether I have time to play D3 season 34 is the question for myself, though. I wish it was like one more week out, maybe, but that's all right. We'll see. All right. Let's see if I have enough rotten stuff to buy things. Be over 50 to know that track. But yeah, I think she had maybe 2 or 3 like major hits or whatever, and then but you had to no, right? If you pay the taxes on it, you'll be fine. Everyone got to play D3 of these games are stale. I like the season though. The season that's coming up, so I want to. It's just a matter of, can I get through all the things I want to get through. Where you at? There you are. Okay. How do I get to the Fiend Bug? I need Wicked Pack, Vulture Talon. Also Witching Hour. I'm not gonna be able to get both though, so it's gonna be a struggle. I think we go with Friend the Bug though first. So what do I need? Wicked Pack, Vulture Talon. So let's do Vulture Talon. Wicked Pack. And then need Vows. Where I need Vows. So Tolling's Wish and Pointed Finger. Okay, so we got a Vow, and then now we got a Fiend at the bottom. Very nice. Now I can trade out This should actually feel a bit better. Yeah, that should be good. Actually, can I go ahead and create a witching hour while I'm at it? What I need for witching hour: pointed finger, phantom string. And then what I need from there, killing wind. So killing wind is outer sigil and wicked pack. The wicked pack, and I'm broke. I'm broke. And that's what happens, guys. Either our road builds use the same hours or you use the same build crafting. most of the rogue stuff uses mostly the same things, really. It's either your shadow clone, either you're doing something with shadow clone or you're doing something with the ultimate. So even if your build can't use something, then Voice of the Stars is going to play a major role in a lot of builds. And also aura and aura specialization and whatnot. But for core skills, witching hour is an important thing that I haven't had to use because I haven't played it. I haven't played a core skill build yet. Okay, let's. Oh, we'll do a few pits. We'll end up with a few pits. Kind of see where I'm at. I would shoebox that shit and pay all my bills in person with cash. I would not buy anything like a big car, house, etc. Than just invest a paycheck into a nice dividend stock and cruise. Yeah, pretty much. That's well, I mean, with the rest of it, kind of thing. I'll say the rest of it. I wouldn't even know what to do because, like I said, I'm a teacher. I don't know. $250,000 is like insane to a person like me. But some people that's like chump change, or just like, yeah, that's my annual salary, and they might live in a really expensive area like Hawaii or something. And it's like, yeah, that just sounds like, you know, normal people's salary. But talk about an old school song. Yeah, let's go with this. Okay, my gym is still there. That is there. Now that I know what I know, I think I might just try dash. We'll get rid of Flurry. Still don't know how I feel about it, but we'll see. So I guess what would I want to throw here? I guess I can do. Well, I guess it'd be Dark Shroud at that point. Did I not have Flurry in this one? I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Wait, that's right. This was the setup I saved with it that didn't have malice or exploit. Now I remember. I'm just like, I know I had extra points, and I was wondering why. Yeah, I need to save this. Or resave this. What was I doing before my 90s film? Can we trust the armory? Maybe. What's the best piece I found this season? I'd say my Warcraft amulet. It's a 4GA. Frozen. Alright, so a bad start. Noxus ice aspects suck a teasel. You're getting better just by just 1%. Noxus ice doesn't count with the siphoning aura, does it? I'm pretty sure it doesn't. But I've known stranger things. Innovation is what's keeping my energy up. Yep. Also have Starless Skies though in this build too, so there's also that. But innovation, yeah. But I only have one roll on it, which is all I need. Like +2 innovation, I think. +2 or +3 on like a ring, and that's it. If I didn't have Starless Skies, then yeah, I would throw 3 more points into it and be fine. But yeah, Heartseeker is very good versus like on like single target. It's like definitely one of his strengths. If I have energy problems on rain, but I definitely empty the tank on occasion, and that's just a few casts in between rain. Well, if you're doing Crown of Lucian, you're definitely gonna like empty your entire tank. But by the time you do, you would have already shot in 3 Heartseekers basically, and then you just cast rain because that's what's next anyway. Now without Crown, I guess it just depends on like literally just how much innovation ranks you got. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're gonna lose all your energy. Like it's literally designed right to the T to where you have just enough energy to shoot 3, and that's it. Because it spends so much energy. Crown spends so much energy, which is a good thing. That's why you can cast a lot. But yeah, it's just enough. So basically, when you can't shoot Heartseeker anymore, is when you should be shooting random arrows. That's your indicator right there. It's like, oh, I can't shoot Heartseeker anymore. Oh yeah, I got 3 stacks. You know, that's like almost like the guarantee. You know you did it right. But this is a lot of fun too, though. Oh no! Does dash hit along this path, or only is it when you land? It hits along this path. It really is perfect. Go anti-pot ring full, damn full again. I haven't had any luck with Mythics yet. So no Shroud. Shroud is so, like, once you get that, man, it's like such a damage beast. Let's do a 95. See how we feel about it. Almost. All of my arrows are hitting the wall though. Yeah, this isn't bad. hate these things. Bro, every elite pack has had these freaking purple aura, these champs. Every single one. Been trolling me. Any new finds on Heartseeker? Not really, other than the fact that like the clone can proc the cutthroat part of close quarters combat, as well as tricks of the trade, which I did not know that. Must be like a newer thing this season. Surgery right particular player. Yeah, I mean, I killed him just fine without the freaking whatchamacallit. It's really hard because I can't really aim at the champs when they're inside a a thing. Hey, why? Oh, you took no damage. Oh, it's only cutthroat working quite well. Yeah, I didn't. This is a run that shouldn't have taken this long. The single target damage there, look at that. Just... Oh, you survived. Am I using the rune that reduce all cooldown? No. I went straight balls to the wall damage, so I got Vex and Ohm right now. Vex for the skill ranks, and then Ohm for, well, more damage. But the clone is up permanently though, so, and I also have no witness up practically permanently as well, so. Party Finder is the real boss. Heartseeker looking smooth as always. I think it might be the funnest rogue build I played. Don't get me wrong, Rainbow was the strongest hack, but this is fun. This is a lot of fun. I said real good, didn't get to test anything yesterday. Back to the champ mobs already. Beginning. This should be a rule. Like, if a champ mob or is an elite, the elite can't be crowd controlled. So when the champ mob is dead, you can actually, you have full reign of blast, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm just salty. I have no problems when it ain't when it's not around. That should make me getting your play more. I was gonna fight for Mystics and grab some more. Now I want to assist this setup. I mean, you can kind of do both. After you get your Rent of Rose set together, you know, save up pieces for Heartseeker for fun, for some side fun. I mean, your Rent of Rose will get jealous, but you know, just let it know that, you know, it is what it is. Rent of Rose knew what it was, right? Right. You have a 4GA frigid? Nice. Come on. Do you generally just target craft mythics now, or do you just sit? Does it still sit on do it forever? I mean, I personally just farm bosses when like my friends ask me to play with them. So usually, you know, fellow Maxrollers will like do some like boss rotas, and they'll ask me if I'm interested, and I'll be like, sure. And then whatever I get from that is what I get, in a sense. But I almost hardly ever took the crafting way because it just takes. I'm gonna say it took longer. I guess it just depends. You know, are you gonna get enough Bach runes faster, or are you gonna get lucky enough for a shroud to actually drop? So, all right. You know what I want to try though? Now that I got one, and after I got mats, let's we're gonna use this bow. Heartseeker projectiles. Am I rolling close damage? Yeah. Damage to distant enemies. Damage to distance. Damage to distance 3 times. Crowd control. Distance again. Close. Okay. That works. Let's embed or imprint. Was it Moonrise? I wonder if I have a better adaptability now. Let me see if I have it. Because I'm missing a lot of damage here on it. Nope. No, I'll pay the cost. I don't even care. Yeah. Yeah, there's still a big there's still quite a bit of damage I'm missing here. My moon rise is fine, but okay. It's gonna masterwork it better than what I did here. Now that I actually have master where it would. I probably do need the master word that, don't I? The Heartseeker is probably important still. Oh, not twice. Not twice, game. Once. Plus damage. Dexterity is fine. Maximum health. %93 for the Heartseeker. Part of me feels like I should try to go for a better Heartseeker roll. In terms of whatchamacallit. Yeah, let's try for it. I got 7 more chances.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
So where am I at right now? I have a 55% roll. 49%. 51%. Yeah, I'm getting scared. I'm taking a risk. 3 more chances. 2 more chances. 1 more chance. And I broke it. No. Sag. I got greedy. We go again. There we go. I got lowball so bad. So many times. That's the best way to get masterworking mats. Nightmare Dungeons. Nightmare Dungeons and Tribute of Refinement and group play. Wait, what'd I get? Damage, okay. I'm not gonna chance it. I'm just fine with the projectiles there being what it is.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Chant item. Go some crit. That's fine. Roll is that? I guess it's fine. Not as good as my other bow, but we'll take it. And then what we're gonna do, Moonrise.
Welcome to my home away from home.
Yeah, now it's on a masterwork. Close damage, yeah. Close damage, alright. Heartseeker, we're dead. That's fine. That's fine.
Stars guide you.
Do I have Pacom? Do I have another Pacom? Another Ohm is a question. Oh, I do have one Ohm after all.
What's left, you ask?
Okay. I guess we'll do the same thing, but now with the bow. See how I feel. Alright, let's do this in the 90 real quick, and then we'll do it in the 95. Which ties bankrupt my instance of this song for the season. Certainly looks cooler to go bow. I do forget that I do spend more energy this way because I'm attacking faster, so that's better. Pull down on my stuff. Eh. Deleted. All right, the 95. like the bow. A dash cooldown comes off faster, so I kind of like that. Come on, die. Here we go. This is actually going real smooth. This is mostly painless. C6. Drill boy doing drill things. That was fun. Okay. Let's pry exploit.
Go.
Appreciate the follow. Alright, we'll save this. I like the bow over the crossbow. And I'll get my mass back from the crossbow. I wonder if I can reuse this for something. Maybe Flurry? Nah. I'll just take the mask back. Zero through drops, grass or shadow, right? Is it zero? I thought it was Beast and Ice. I could be wrong. I honestly don't remember. It could be zero. We have it on Maxroll. I don't know what my boss command is. Is Gregory? Well, it's wow, wrong on both both accounts. Peaches like scrubs. It's Gregory. God, scrubs. Man. Actually, speaking of which, wow, 1 point away. And get rid of 1 armor piece here. That's cool. All right, we did good. You know, I just realized. I realized that this is not a lucky hit chance. It's just a 40% chance. No wonder that works so well with like Flurry and other skills, because it's not it's not a lucky hit chance. I like this line right here. All right. All right. I think I am done for the evening. I think we made pretty good progress. I got a lot of masterwork mass, so I'll be able to hop on some Barrage tomorrow. I'll play some more Heartseeker, of course, to farm a little bit, and then I'll hop on some Barrage and see what I can do with that. See how I feel about it. Shouldn't take long because most of my gear is very similar to Heartseeker, so it'll be one of those things where we'll try it, and if I like it, I'll continue to play it for a little bit. Maybe make a video guide on it. If I don't like what I'm doing with Barrage, I'll probably just be like, screw it, and then I'll just go to rapid fire, and then kind of just go from there. Let's see, Barrage, then rapid fire, then I'm dreading pen shot. I hear a lot of things on Clone where pen shot doesn't work, so I'm sad about that. So I might not even try to play pen shot, to be honest. I don't know. I guess after that I can just kind of do some meme builds. I can do like probably can do the build I'm doing right now, except like do like invigorating strike or something. Like literally just keep the exact same pieces of gear. And then do invigorating strike. Oh, that's right. Non-combo points. Well, no. I want to do a combo points. Flurry. That's what I want to do. Like cold combo points Flurry, I think could be very strong. Like no one's doing that, so I think I kind of want to do that. No, you want to do prep Flurry. Well, I've done prep Flurry like a lot in the semi recent. Like I did in season 5. dabbled in it slightly season 6. Did a little bit in season 4. Like, I haven't done come up point Flurry in like forever. It's one of those things where like I'm aware how good prep Flurry is, but it's one of those things is like I just want like a stylistic change. Now that well, actually the thing of now I think about it, wouldn't imbuements kind of conflict with the Flurry size? Isn't Flurry size and imbuements in the same category, or that might be a conflicting thing? Ah, crap. All right. Boo. Boo. Is Grasp of Shadows using Flurry feature? Are you guys doing Grasp of Shadows or no? Well, I mean, I know they moved the imbuements from rings, but I didn't know if it was like in the same category as Flurry size. Like if it wasn't the other thing or whatever, I wasn't sure. For speeds, you use Shadow Grasp. I mean, you get the ranks from Shadow Grasp too as well. I was thinking if I did like a regular glove, I might be able to get some like semblance of being able to try to do like Cold Imbuement or something. The pit, it is good in clearing, but for boss it falls off from your testing. What gloves? What gloves do you use instead? A regular glove? Okay. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So you have all your Shadow Clone cooldown reduction on like rings and stuff since you're going inner sight. I'm ring one aiming. Then Starless, yeah. I guess Starless is a must, right? All right. Curious. When we get the Flurry, we'll play around with some different things. Maybe I'll be ballsy and do like dual imbuement Flurry again. Nah, I won't do that. That's just no reason to do that anymore. Who to go to? Ooh, Vanderforge is on. Oh, Roxy's on. But I haven't been to Vanderforge in like forever though. Let's see how long he's been on. Oh, he's been on for a while. Oh, he blasting too. And yeah, Vanderforge is the opposite of my vibes. He's definitely like more of the louder but awesome. He's got like a metal vibe kind of sort of about him. But he's awesome. He's a cool guy. Do I know what the goal cap is by chance? I never hit it, so I have no idea. I'm always broke. Always broke. And yeah, enjoy Vanderforge. I will see y'all tonight. We will do more Heartseeker, a little bit more Heartseeker, and then we'll go back around and do some Barrage, We'll see how long Barrage takes. If Thursday, probably gear into rapid fire, hopefully, and then kind of see where that really stacks up. I think I'm gonna have some fun on rapid fire if the clone actually like does okay. Just most of the stuff on clone works with rapid fire. It's just maybe the accuracy and aim, maybe not so much. We'll see. But anyhow, appreciate you guys being here as always. Till next time.